I'm just doing like the sound and stuff, so I'm not gonna cut out or anything.
I completely forgot to switch back to our chat so people could see the icons. There we go! Again, I fucked up the stream immediately.
Well, that's okay. I just popped out a really crappy dumb video real quick.
So hello again, chat. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be as many people for this, but
Yeah, that's okay.
Yep. I've been wanting to play this again anyways, and using the excuse of having seen that shitty video that mentions Half-Life seemed like a good excuse.
Current topside temperature is 93
It's good reason as any, that's for sure.
with an estimated high of 105. The Black Mesa compound is maintained at a pleasant 68.
Hopefully it's loud enough for everyone in chat.
Yep. By the way, Pagan, you're hot mic.
The
This train is
Did I?
inbound
No, this
from
is Half-Life
level
source.
3
The
dormitories,
textures look a bit crustier than usual.
Sector C test labs and control facilities.
Oh well.
If your
Yeah, you're right, they do
intended
look kinda like they're
destination is
misaligned a
high
little bit.
security area
Not just that, they look a little...
Sector C, you will need to
God, I don't know how to
return the
describe
central
it. It's
transit
like...
hub in Area
Fuzzy.
9
Yeah.
and board a high security
But yeah,
train.
it definitely is Half-Life source. I
If
can
you
tell by
have
the
not yet
shine.
submitted your identity to the retinal
And
clearance
by
system,
that glow off the
you
crane
must report
welding,
to Black
or the
Mesa
robot
personnel
welding.
for
That was
processing
Half-Life source.
before you will be permitted into the high security branch of the transit system.
Man, it's been too long since I played through this game. I fucking love it so much.
The source port is pretty busted. Yes, it's pretty jank.
Due to the high
Yeah, I've heard of the
processing
jank before.
material routinely handled in the Black Mesa compound, no smoking, eating, or drinking are permitted within the Black Mesa transit system.
But I've
What a
only...
Please keep
I've
your
only ever
hands
really
inside
played this on the
train
source
at all
port,
times.
so... That's
Do
what I'm
not
most familiar
attempt to
with.
open the doors
Yeah, that's
until
good.
the train has come to a complete
I'll tell you
halt
right now, this
at
Fit
the
Co-op thing
station
does not use the
platform.
source port.
No.
In the event of an emergency,
Yeah, no.
passengers are to remain
2 streams at
seated
once.
and await further instruction.
Yep.
If it is
It felt
necessary
like
to
he had an
exit,
excuse because
disabled
Oxhorn's
personnel
awful
should be
video mentioned
evacuated
Half-Life.
first.
And it's like, okay, yeah, let's play some
Please
Half-Life.
stay away
Yeah.
from electrified rails and proceed to an emergency station until assistance arrives.
Man, that video... That video was fucking painful. Holy shit.
It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. He might get that audio bug. We're gonna find out real soon if he gets the, yeah.
Oh,
Gets the lifter audio bug.
The what audio bug?
The lifter, it's the robot lifter, the four-legged walker.
Oh, what's that? The audio bug.
It just keeps looping over and over and over and over and over again.
A reminder.
I think I've
like
heard
that.
of that.
Mesa Hazard Course
Yeah, I think that sounds
Decathlon
familiar.
will commence this
Because
evening
even though
at
they'll be off screen and everything like that, it
1900
keeps
hours
going.
in the level 3 facility.
And it's
The
like, oh no.
semifinals for high security personnel will be announced in a separate secure access transmission. Remember, more lives than your own may depend on your
Seizure level,
fitness.
seizure level. I'm trying to think what level that would
Do
be.
you have a friend or relative who would make a valuable
I think it's the
addition
issue
to
with the
Black
conveyor
Mesa
belts
team?
I was talking about earlier,
Immediate
where
openings are available
it's
in the
weird. It's like
areas
this
of
orange
materials handling
blob comes
and
out of nowhere.
security. Please contact Black Mesa personnel.
Oh,
for
wait, no.
further
He might mean
information.
the Zen areas. When you
If
get
you
through
have
the
an
teleporters and
associate
everything
with
like that, it's
a
constantly
background in the areas
flashing
of
green and
Ah.
black like,
physics,
yeah, over and over again.
biotechnology,
That might
Yeah.
be.
or other high
There's the
tech
loader bot I was
disciplines,
talking about.
please
Looking at.
contact our civilian recruitment division. The Black Mesa Research Facility is an equal
No, the sound seems to be going away.
Thank goodness.
I forgot to mention during the Oxhorn stream, I like how he used the Exo-1 on the cover of his Defense of Fallout 4 video. It's very iconic, as if Oxhorn did it as a troll. Or very ironic. Ah. Yeah, now that I
Oh,
think of it.
That's a different version of the bug. Something name here says no, like its animation returns to its starting position once Gordon passes it. That and its sound then loops. It's like, yeah, okay, that would be horrible too. The one I've heard was where you could keep hearing it while you're going down. Like there's another one right here, but you would keep hearing it the entire rest of the journey. You would just hear it the whole time in the background. It's like, oh no.
Now arriving at
Oh!
Sector C test labs.
I don't know if you saw that at the last second, but it just kind of shot up into the air. Right at the last second as it was going around the corner.
I think I missed it. I think.
It's a split-second thing, a blink if you miss it thing.
Yeah, I saw it.
Please stand back from the automated door and wait for the security officer to verify.
Yeah, they asked, have you ever played Opposing Force and Blue Shift?
The train,
Both of them are great
be sure to
expansions in my
check your
opinion.
area for
I played
personal
quite a bit of
belongings.
Opposing Force, but I never finished it.
And have a very
I played a little
safe
bit
and
of
productive day.
Blue Shift, but again didn't finish it. When I get around to streaming those, I will finish them.
Yeah.
Man, I forgot how fucking fast you are in this game. You're like a track runner.
It's the Source. This was their issues with movement speed and Source. They try to cancel it. It's funny. There's a way to cancel it that Valve intended was they would check your forward momentum and they would apply a negative debuff to it if you were going too fast. Well, what you would then do, what speedrunners figured out, is if you just turn around and bunny hop backwards, the negative debuff speeds you up.
So that's how speedrunning works then.
Yes, it's backwards, accelerated, or is it accelerated back hopping, ABH, I think is what it is.
I've never been able to get bunny hopping down somehow.
There are two different types. Source bunny hopping is one that the way you need to cycle your camera in movement and then hit the opposite direction right before you land, jump, then hit the direction you want to go. Oh man, it is a skill, and I do not have it either.
Oh yeah, I would fuck that up immediately. I don't know if chat can hear the game or not. Hopefully they can.
Well, nobody said anything so far about it.
Yeah.
Ruin someone's food for the microwave? Yes, I love in Black Mesa they actually bring that back.
Oh yeah. Let's go do that quickly.
Because they're like...
You can't start Half-Life 1 without blowing up the casserole.
Yep. Where you going, Skippy? Going away from the casserole. Again, I don't know how delayed I am, though.
My god, what are you doing?
Do you think we should delay for another recalibration?
Abdolia says, Cree, have you played... Jaffa Cree? Cree, have you played the Black Mesa remake? And if so, thoughts?
Quite a bit of it. I think I made it up to the dam, and I was really, really enjoying it. Need to finish it.
Have you played since they did the entire overhaul of the game?
When was that?
It's pretty recently. They added the Zen Museum, and then they redid the entire like opening sequence and starting levels and everything.
Then no. The last time I played it was after it went on sale on Steam, but before they fully finished it. So it was like a couple years ago now.
All right, Halo 3 says residue processing is the seizure level.
Residue processing. I think that might... I'm pretty sure that's the conveyor belt level.
That has conveyor belts in part of it. That's part of the trash compactor, yes.
Yeah.
It's funny, we were actually talking about in chat, for you guys in chat, we were talking in the Discord chat about Sven co-op and everything like that, just having a good old time in those.
Yeah, I've never really played those, unfortunately, but it sounds like a fun as fuck experience.
Yeah. Whenever I play Spin Co-op now, I usually play on the
We just sent the sample down to the test chamber.
Look at-
RPG servers, which are just a lot of fun. So that you get like skill points and stats and everything you put in, so you can run faster, jump higher, all that kind of stuff.
Very concerned that we get a
Look at
It's just a fun way to play.
Sorry, look at this motherfucker here just exerting his power to float and work on the computer.
Oh my god, it's the mystery of the Druids all over again.
I was too busy fucking with this guy. I missed the test chamber.
They're waiting for you in the test chamber.
I wonder if I should run that test
It's
again.
about to go critical.
What the hell is going on with our equipment?
Man, I love the fuck out of this game, but I feel cursed because anytime... I know a lot of other people are going to feel this too. Anytime I see this game, two things pop into mind. Freeman's Mind and Half-Life VR AI.
Yeah. Man, I just wish Ross didn't have that weird, crazy take on Secret World. That was fucking like what even was that?
Yes, but with good reason.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the Secret World to properly comment on it, but from what you're saying, it does sound like a pretty decent game. I completely forgot to fucking realign chat to... Let me take care of that really quickly.
Yeah, I love the Secret World. It's got issues, obviously, but I love that game so much. I wish people could still get the original version of it, not the Legend relaunch of it, which was not good. Oh.
Just trying to make chat a little less ugly. Rather than popping out chat from the live studio thing, I'm actually just projecting it to OBS itself. Because I won't have to reset it every time if I do it this way.
Yeah.
There we go, that looks a lot better.
To follow standard insertion procedures, everything will be fine.
Yeah, his whole thing that like people should sue Funcom because the game says free forever. Therefore, if the servers ever go down, it's not forever. So sue them right now. It's like, what the fuck are you talking? What?
I understand his take about, like, you buy a game, then the servers go offline and you can never play it again. I understand that part, but that's mostly an issue for when that actually happens. That I agree with. That, you know, it's fucked that you pay $30 or $40 or $60 or $80 for a game only to not be able to play it because, you know, it wasn't popular enough.
Yeah, it's just his weird, like, so sue them right now. It's like, what the fuck? Why are you doing a call to action like that?
If I recall, wasn't it already announced that the servers were shutting down, and that's why he was doing the call to action?
No.
No.
Because, no, the relaunch is coming in. The servers are still up right now.
Huh.
Like, I can literally go play it right now if I wanted. But I just wish more people could play the same version. That's my big issue, is now you have Legends, and that's kind of your choice. And that bugs me, because they changed some things in Legends, and they infested it with loot boxes, and I'm just like, no, that's bad.
I'm seeing predictable phase arrays.
But besides that, yeah, generally I agree with his takes on stuff.
Stage 2
I-
emitters activating.
A little random, but I love the rendition of the test chamber in Half-Life 2 for the intro. Looks great.
And the Black Mesa one took heavy inspiration from that and looks gorgeous.
I forgot what it looks like in Black Mesa. We'll get to that at some point.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. No, we lost Pagan.
No!
But I'm showing a small discrepancy.
Rest in peace.
Well,
Shit, we can't.
well within acceptance.
We're an atheist stream now. Pagan's gone.
Sequence.
They got rid of all their gods and deities in one fell swoop.
Don't tell the chat, but I secretly kicked Pagan because he wasn't perfect or pure. He didn't live up to our standards. He didn't live up to our standards, so he had to fucking go.
Goodbye, Pagan.
Get away from the beat. Shutting down. No. Attempting shutdown. It's
if this is Half-Life Source, you might want to use the Gold Source version as it's a lot less buggy.
I don't mind bugs as long as it's still playable. I can tolerate some fucking jank.
Yeah.
I like how it literally starts raining aliens in here.
Yep.
Man, this is such a... Like, the entire introduction is great, too.
Yeah, like I said, this whole thing of, like, how did first-person shooters start before Half-Life? First level, you're in, bam, 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 shoot, shoot, shoot. Or maybe a difficulty select, if, you know, like Quake.
Yeah.
But you're in shooting within, like, 10 seconds. How does Half-Life start? Well, you're just a dude going about his job. It's building up the world. It's setting the stage for how this place normally runs, and then you get to see when shit hits the fan and the apocalypse has come.
Yeah. Because, like, if you take a game like Duke Nukem 3D, it literally starts, you jump off a roof and start shooting aliens. And it's a good game. That's another one I should stream at some point. But, yeah, it's literally just, here's the game, start shooting. Hey, Creet, how are you and the gang after that monstrous Oxhorn video? God damn, that was bad. I'm not sure President Manblast survived. Pagan might have just slowly withered away from having to have dealt with it, and...
I'm fine. I went to watch the Space 13 videos, so I recovered.
I went and had some food in between that stream and this one. Rest in peace to those we lost.
Never forget it.
Why didn't they listen? We tried to warn them.
I never thought I'd see a resonance cascade, let alone create one.
Gordon, you're alive. Thank God for that hazard suit. I'm afraid to move him and all our phones are out. Please, get to the surface as soon as you can and let someone know we're stranded down here. You'll need me to activate the retinal scanners. I'm sure
Half-Life reminds me heavily of the X-Files. I can see that.
I need to continue watching the X-Files. I was watching it a few years ago and I was really enjoying it, but I stopped at like season 4 or 5. Fun show.
Yeah, there's good stuff about X-Files.
Yeah, but
There's a lot of stuff that didn't work, but it was a product of its time. Like,
honestly, yeah. Honestly, one of the things I remember best about it is there's this episode. It's mostly a joke episode. They're treating it like a one of those trashy documentaries, and there's this one point where there's a conspiracy theorist guy who's like describing Mulder. He's this man in black, this Fed who is probably going to steal my thoughts and stuff. He was completely emotionless except for when he saw the alien, and all this is just like going on as Mulder's walking up, and then you see Mulder look at the alien and completely with a straight face he's just like, ah! That's it. I fucking lost my shit at that. Yeah, I need to get back to watching that show.
yeah.
Gordon, man, am I glad to see you. What the hell is this thing? And what the hell is you for?
These zombies can't fucking outspeed me.
Okay, why not? Didn't want to die alone anyway.
Oh shit. Getting fucked up. Don't...
No, this is not Creetosis' first time playing Half-Life. No.
Yeah, I've played this game a bunch of times. I love it. I just want to point out this guard. Why are you still moaning, you asshole? You're...
Yep, all that target range
Anyways, he did the stupid movie trope of closing the gap. Like,
Yeah.
he has a ranged weapon, he ran up and shot it in the face, and got... He's still moaning in pain.
I'm gonna stay
Mhm.
here and keep a lookout for anyone who needs help.
No, he's played Half-Life 1. Yeah. He just hasn't finished Black Mesa, which is what I'm looking forward to when he goes through that and he gets to see how much work they did with Zen. Because holy shit, Zen is amazing now.
Yeah, I usually get as far as... Like, I have beaten this game once, but I've gotten as far as...
I don't know if we should.
that entire portal section, and just a little past that, like, pretty much right before you go into Zen. I've gotten to that point, like, 4 or 5 times after I beat it for the first time. This guy is still moaning about being in pain. Come on, do the thing. Ah, fuck it. Oh shit, he just bitch slapped that thing. And now he's fucked. You know, I know I'll never change, but one day I hope he wins. I hope he survives. Never gonna happen.
I like the Black Mesa version more because the bitch slap is kind of weird, the backhand, but him picking up a computer monitor and smashing one makes sense in Black
Oh,
Mesa.
yeah, that does sound... Yeah, it does sound pretty decent. Like, just smashing a monitor into it.
Yeah. What he didn't know was another one was hiding behind the monitor, so after he smashed it, he backed up and be like, yeah, 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 and then it jumped on his head. He's like, oh, well, bye.
Oh. I forgot. God, I'm retarded. I missed a button.
Door stuck! Door stuck!
Oh! How do you feel about that, Mr. Science Man?
Did all of this, you know. All of it.
Okay, if you predicted everything, then why'd you stand where the blood meat chunks came down?
Fine. You won't even know I'm here.
What's funny is they actually take that line of, you know, I predicted all of this, and they use it better in Black Mesa where they give it to Eli and said that he
Ooh.
tried to warn everybody about this was coming. He was like, I tried to warn them. I tried to warn them. Why didn't they listen?
Yeah, that's a good line coming from him.
Yeah.
Jesus! I thought it was far enough away from that explosion it wouldn't hit me.
Oh, did you get ladder derp?
This
No,
matter.
I tried backing up from the explosion. I was like, oh, that's far enough away. I'm not going to get hurt by it. And I took a step forward and I lost like 75% of my health.
Yeah, I saw it. It kept doing the explosion, did a triple boom. And you walked into the third one.
Come on, give me those early grenades. The moaning in pain when not taking damage is a source bug. Yeah, I figured as much. Can I only hold, like, 2 grenades? Oh, I've got 10 there. Alright.
That was the other thing is, like, it was in, based off difficulty, they just scaled the amount you got from each, like, pickup.
Oh.
So, like, if it was a magazine, it would be a full magazine. If it was a grenade, it was 5 grenades.
What is... Oh, my difficulty's on easy for some reason. Fuck that. Let's go on hard.
grant money.
Yep. It's always good to try to keep the staff alive. Bit weird in opposing force when you do the same thing, and yeah, then they especially late in the game when they know that soldiers are executing scientists and stuff like that. It's a bit weird.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It just has a lot of jank to it. How Jekyll was asking, is that Half-Life Source, is it any good? It's like, yeah, it's not bad. They're just, there's some issues the Source version brings in.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of issues.
A lot of people use the original Half-Life healing sound effect for, like, healing in all kinds of different games or movies, stuff like that.
Yeah, I remember hearing that in, like, a bunch of different videos. Oh man, the head crabs are getting glitchy on this elevator. Man, they suck at, I guess, aiming. They keep overshooting it. Oh, that's all that's up here? I don't even need the healing station.
Yeah, I'm glad they add in... I'm gonna stop talking about the stuff they added in Black Mesa, but I guess I'll just finish that thought. Black Mesa, they added a whole other room and everything up there, because, like, why is that healing station up there? Honestly, like, what sense does that make, Valve?
Oh!
So they added in, it was a whole, like, other control room for this crusher and everything that's down there in the water and all that stuff. So, like,
Thank God.
like, a pretty...
Thank God for autosave. Something pulled me off the, pipes there. Well, we've got our...
When you did the explosion, it applied negative velocity to you. But Fringe does not end well, though. Like, there's a weird, like, thing that Fringe does that annoys me so much.
Fringe?
Yeah. It was a show that was like X-Files, but it was a different reality was invading our reality.
Oh.
And so, like, they were sending in, like, killer spy robots and shit like that to, like, come get us. And its final season just has some weirdness to it. I like the reason the other reality is invading. I love the reasoning behind it, and I love how it fits in with the story, because it recontextualizes, like, why are they so obsessed, like, and why do they hate us so much that they're literally us, but a different version of us? Why do they hate these people so much that they don't care about how many people they kill? And they actually do explain it, and it makes sense, like, why. That's all I can ask.
Yeah, I've never seen, that show. Sounds interesting, though.
It is really interesting.
Just going to check Discord quickly, maybe, no? No, it's someone else. Okay, I thought maybe Pagan was saying why he, dropped out.
Kind of like the end of the A Man in the High Castle.
Kind of what?
Yeah, except I don't want to spoil, like, why the things are happening, though, in Fringe. Like, learning that it's an alternate reality kind of happens early on, so it doesn't really matter, but understanding why the whole final season is goofy. I love the reasoning, I just don't like, I don't like some of the execution in the end. This is Half-Life Source.
Yep, Source.
And welcome to one of the reasons I don't like Source.
The jank
Crates
when
move.
moving around and being
Crates move.
yeah.
Do not like for this section right. Because they have a bad habit of canceling out your momentum entirely when you jump. It's like, what? Why? Why did you do?
Yeah, I think that's how I died there that time.
Kevin Miller's like, oh no. Yeah, it's Half-Life Source. No, 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 no. Favorite and least favorite non-superpowered hero.
Huh. I am not sure.
Least favorite, the new Batwoman. Hands down. Hands down. Favorite though. Well, do you consider heightened perception because he's blind a superpower? If not, then I'd say Daredevil.
Seems like a fair answer.
But I don't know if people consider it because he does have super heightened perception, like sound perception and everything like that. But I don't know if that's considered a superpower.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know if I.
It's not a. The people don't get it to that realistic of an extent unless they train ridiculously hard in the real world for it. And I don't mean they can suddenly see everything, but there's echolocation you can do when you're blind. But yeah, I don't know if you'd consider that a superpower. I'll let the chat decide.
Break down the door, you fucking asshole.
Yeah, the new Batwoman is horrible. She is unlikable. She's completely egocentric, and I mean both versions of him. No empathy whatsoever for any other living being. It's all about her. She is awful. I don't like that new trend we have where our superheroes have no empathy anymore. That's weird.
Yeah, I think that whole thing with superheroes is really dumb. That they're worse than the villains oftentimes now.
Yeah, that's the thing I don't get. Like, the new Batwoman kills people. Like, that's not good. Yeah, I heard about the Chris Chan thing. It's...
Oh boy.
Oh. No, we need to say it's allegedly because... You know, I don't know. We'll have to... It has to be proven. Because I don't want to just say it just because it's Chris Chan. Like, yeah, I don't like Chris Chan at all, but, you know, let's at least say that maybe he didn't do it. You know, let cooler heads prevail out, let evidence come out for it.
Yeah. Also,
That's all I ask. Anything.
I just want to say quickly, I like this little... It's not quite a secret, but this little secret area where you actually have to save the guard if you want to get the loot on the other side of the fence.
Yeah. I like it in Black Mesa because they actually make it where you don't get, in Black Mesa's case, the Magnum if you don't save him.
Ah, yeah, that's good. That's a good weapon to get this early, too.
Yeah. I know, it's weird because, like, the villains are oftentimes the good ones. It's so weird. I don't like... Like, oh my god, in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, that TV show, where the new Captain America is presented as this evil, horrible guy, and it's like, no, he's actually the good guy in the show. Do you see what he does? He is actually the hero of the story, and Falcon and fucking soy boy Winter Soldier, they steal his shield from him because it's all about them. It's like, what? What?
Yeah, and not just that. One of the videos EFAP covered was some guy going on about how much he hated John Walker. It's like, this guy has done nothing but, like, literally good things for the entire show, pretty much.
Yeah, and his one like bad thing was he killed a terrorist in front of a bunch of people. A terrorist who just killed people in front of other people. Oh no, didn't you think about how it would affect your image? Like, I thought about how he was a terrorist that just killed my best friend, asshole.
Yeah, and they make a big deal of, like, there's blood on that shield. And then there's Captain America 1, where it's like, here's Captain America shooting people while holding the shield.
Yeah,
like,
not to mention the fucking speech about, do you know what that symbol, that shield represents? A lot of bad things. Like, no it doesn't. It represents Captain America, you fuckwit. It doesn't represent, like, your weird, distorted, you know, current day politics view of America.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Oh, God, that show. No, it is not worth watching. It is not worth watching Falcon and Winter Soldier. It is bad.
Oh, I didn't save the doctor.
The terrorist is presented as the good guy because they're like, well, a lot of the rallies ended up, a lot of the protests ended up in them burning down buildings and attacking government facilities and trying to kill people, so we can't present that as a bad thing. So the terrorist that kills people is a good guy.
For some, yeah,
Oh,
it's insane. No.
it's like, why? When did we lose empathy? Like, what happened?
Also, I can't get over that one scene where they completely nerf the shield. A guy kicks a chair and that's enough to stop it.
Yeah. The fucking vibranium shield that is, like, been this godly weapon that even Thor's hammer couldn't do anything to. When a god with a god weapon hits the shield, it doesn't dent the shield, it doesn't hurt the user at all, the person using the shield at all. Like, that should kind of tell you something about how ridiculous this shield is. Oh yeah, we don't even want to talk about Loki. Oh my god, yeah, I saw somebody posted it. Sorry, I went on a big tangent. But when they said, look how they massacred my boy Loki. Yeah. Especially because of which Loki it is. Oh, man. It is not... Go ahead.
Sorry, this A key is going to get me killed. My A key... For some reason, I've been having some issues with the keys on my keyboard. One of them is the A key randomly, like, stops working. And this happens often when I'm playing games, obviously. And as a result, I can't, like, dodge out of the way or deal with... Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Yeah.
Not what I meant to do there.
Yeah, I know, they're not gods anymore, technically. They're just a more advanced species. That's so...
I'm going to backtrack a tad bit to get one of those health stations. Because I just lost a shitload of health from those guys.
It's a good thing you baited him into doing the melee attack a couple times, otherwise he would have been dead.
Oh, yeah. That's it? Ah, fuck you. Get like 3 health from the machine.
Yeah, I agree, Buzzard. I agree. Please don't let the Flag Smashers come back.
Oh god, yeah, they can fuck off. Wow, the health machines don't last long in this.
On hard difficulty,
on hard.
they're really low. Yeah, it's 15 health.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be more careful. I don't usually play it on hard. I usually go on normal.
Yeah.
But, figured might as well try hard for the stream. People seem to love my suffering.
Yeah, remember, and that's the thing I talked about during the Oxhorn video. It's all Kang's fault. Remember, Zen had to invade Black Mesa, or else they would have been melted. Oh.
Man.
It's all Kang's fault. It's like, I don't think they realize how bad that looks. How... Oh, the other Kangs are worse. Really? The other Kangs, you know, made World War II happen. Made all of this shit happen. Like, that's... Yeah, well, yeah, they're way worse, let me tell you.
Yeah, that's really not...
And it was already, like, Captain America was already ruined because of his time travel in Endgame. It's like, okay, so you let 9/11 happen.
Yeah.
It's like, no, there's no getting around this, son. No, you let it happen. Like, oh, man. You should really not do time travel. Like, it is very hard to do time travel correctly.
So, I don't know if I've mentioned this on stream before, but I want to make a game. I'm slowly working towards it. I'm, working on characters and story. I'm commissioning, like, art and stuff for the game. I was just talking to a pixel artist earlier, actually, about, the sprites for the main character. And one of the rules I'm gonna fucking set in stone immediately for this world is there's no fucking time travel. It is impossible.
The only time travel stories I've seen that can hold up in any sense of the word is the, there's a different name for it, but I always call it the perfect timeline theory, which now is ruined because of fucking Loki, thanks. But where if you go back in time, you were always meant to go back in time. It's a self-fulfilling paradox. You had to do it, so everything you do to kind of stop or prevent anything makes it happen.
So pretty much like
you are the
Terminator.
reason- Yeah. No, because Terminator, you can actually change things.
Ah.
But in the perfect timeline thing, you can't change anything. You literally, it has to play out the same exact way. You just happen to be there. Like, maybe you'll realize, like, there's a picture. Say, like, you try to stop the JFK assassination. And it happens anyways, even though you try your hardest. Like, you stop the guy on the grassy knoll. Or whatever. And that's where people get, oh, hey, there's a guy on the grassy knoll. And then you realize, no, there were multiple shooters. And it's like, oh. Like, it was always meant to happen. Like, even back when you check the pictures, you realize you can see yourself in the picture, like, holding the guy at the grassy knoll.
Okay, yeah, that does sound like, probably the only decent take on, time travel. Because, like, yeah, it is an insanely easy thing to fuck up.
Yeah, Harry Potter fucks it up. Like, at first, it seems great because literally they play out the exact same way. But then you start realizing the implications of the time travel, and that's when it all falls apart. Because her having the ability to go back in time, it doesn't matter if everything plays out the exact way it was. Like, it's a perfect paradox again. It does not matter. The fact that she can time travel actually changes so much.
Because there's so much you could do with time travel.
Yeah, even if you can't change anything, if you're always meant to happen, well, what if I was always meant to be at every single class? You know, I don't need to go to this class because I've already been to this class. I just slept in, time traveled back, and now I'm at that class. There's a ton of fuckery that happens when you get in time travel like that.
Having to play a bit more carefully due to the, difficulty.
I don't know about that. I don't really read too many Stephen King books. He's a little too... not overhyped. He's not overhyped. I think that's too rude. He's...
Overrated?
Not overrated. I think he's too formulaic for me.
Ah, yeah, that's fair.
Like, the other one I think is overrated is Stephanie Myers.
Huh.
Somehow she found success in the Twilight series. I don't know how. I looked at the writing and stuff on that, and I'm just like, what?
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Let's look at some examples in Terminator 1, we have a paradox of Kyle being John's father. And Back to the Future, Marty's family changes, so it's not the same people Marty grew up with. Back to the Future is really bad time travel. Great movie, really bad time travel. Like, really crazy time travel, where, like, time is just kind of okay that things are changing now, for some reason. Like, no, yeah, your parents didn't get together, but I'm okay with it. If you want to, you can have a day or two of slowly melting to fix it. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Even though, like, the moment that his parents didn't get together, he should have instantly been out of existence.
Yeah. He just, like, slowly fades away. That's weird.
Yeah.
And then... That's something I actually find a bit funny in the first movie. He doesn't actually do anything when he starts fading away. They just get back together on their own, so he wasn't in any danger of fading away. It was they were gonna get together anyways.
I can see that with Josh Sawyer. Like, the big change between the most obvious change between our timeline and Fallout's timeline is that the microprocessor was never invented. But if he wants to say that the assassination of JFK is where the timeline started its fracture, and then those kind of series of events made it so the microprocessor and everything was not invented, I'm totally down for that.
Oh, fuck. The grenade didn't even kill them after I died. Okay. Let's...
Yeah, see, I don't like that time is always changing. No, time is fixed. Like, the past is fixed. That's why you can have those weird, like, you can understand those weird concepts of, like, Lovecraftian horrors where they live in where time is always happening at them all at once. It's hard to visualize, but I kind of like that as, like, an unknown factor.
I just want to point something out. Sorry, I just want to point something out here with the design. The floor washers for this hallway must fucking hate the building designer.
Yeah.
You know some lazy asshole is going to sweep stuff under there and someone else will have to clean it up. I've had to do that at work.
Yeah.
Hey, what the hell are you doing down here? Get top.
And,
Your troops are coming in to save us.
God, what was I talking about? Shit!
You're talking about the...
I'm not perfect, I'm not pure anymore, I gotta go!
Oh yeah, it's time to fucking exile you from the street. Holy shit, this thing came far. Holy shit! That guy was, like, going off! It was like he had a machine gun there, he was shooting so fast.
Oh my god! Well, welcome to source bug number 2!
Man,
no, you can't fire a Glock 17 in full automatic for 3 minutes? That's not possible! Barney guard go.
Now I see a couple of assholes on the other side of this grate.
Oh, man, oh, man.
He's still fucking moaning down there. How long is this secret, like, trail?
Quite a long time. They smoothed it out a lot on Black Mesa. I'm very grateful for that.
Because, like, all I'm gonna do is end up in a room where I get, like... Oh my god, where are you? Okay, why can't I go through this hole? I did not come all this way to get fucking blocked here. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I like in Half-Life Alyx too. You get the same exact gun, and she just modifies it. I love that. I love that in Alyx so much. And then you get to see her original gun. Though, real talk here, I'm about to offend a lot of people. Colt 1911 is kind of overrated.
I don't know much about guns. I'm Canadian.
Don't worry. I just have an entire subset of people going. There's only 2 calibers.
Okay, we might
Calibers for pussies, and then God's caliber, 45 ACP.
Wow, fucking rip the guard.
And my reason is not. It's overrated nowadays. That's my thing I want to emphasize now. Not when it was needed at the time. Not in World War I, World War II. No, not at all. Like again, it's all in context of the time period. It was perfectly great. But a 7-round, 8-round capacity, not good. Not when you're actually trying to fight, and especially because that 45 ACP is a lot of bullet to manage. It's also why...
Sorry, I'm making some pretty good time through the game.
Yeah, I know, they're all gonna come out of the woodworks with their modified Colt 1911s and fucking hunt me in my backyard. But no, and again, it's a beautiful gun. It is iconic. Don't get me wrong here. The Colt 1911 is iconic. It is a beautiful, beautiful pistol. But it's not a modern combat pistol for a reason, guys. Like we gotta be honest here. When a Glock can hold 20 rounds, it doesn't matter that it's only 9mm. That's 20 shots. Okay. And I mean, Glocks can hold even more if you get an extended mag. Like, you get crazy. Like, well, we're talking about combat. Or at M92F, which is the the M9 M92. I mean, there's the M92F and the M92FS, but the M9 is the pistol or the designation for the Beretta in the military. Which I always find a fun fact because a lot of military guys hate the Beretta. They really, really hate the Beretta because they have a bias against it. And this is kind of where a funny thing in media comes into play, especially video games. Military weapons in a lot of video games are considered like the pinnacle. They consider it like the pinnacle of like, these are the highest quality, bestest weaponry ever, thing. Like, if you ever play DayZ, military grade equipment is what you want. Well, I hate to break it to you, military equipment is actually not that great. Because you have to look at it in the perspective of how is it used. It is beaten to hell. It is constantly needing repaired. It's not well maintained most of the time. So you're getting some Bubba hand-me-downs that are really rough.
This difficulty is really fucking me up.
Yeah, I could tell.
Okay, well, we'll take some alternate tactics here.
Yeah, so a lot of servicemen like say they hate the Beretta, and then they get a civilian version, and they're like, "Oh my god, this gun is amazing! Oh, this Beretta's awesome! It shoots straight, it's reliable. Oh, what is this?" It's like, well, yeah, you didn't have something that was in the armory 50 times a week, okay? Getting fixed. Because Billy Bob Thornton over there decided that he didn't need to clean it with his cleaning tools. He could let the sand ride.
I'm already dead. I couldn't even blow it up.
Caterpie, did he have the same issue that a lot of armory workers in the military, in the army especially, where the definition of small arms includes a 155mm howitzer? This is a small arm. That is my favorite thing about, like, they tell you you're going to be working on small arms and firearms and service weapons. What they don't tell you is this also includes the howitzer for some reason.
Yeah, like I said, I know nothing about guns, so I can't really comment on it as
Yeah.
well as I'd like.
Yeah, Caterpie said yes. That's fantastic.
Oh, fuck.
There's on the AK-47. Beautiful weapon. A bit overrated. Not... Again, I'm just saying a bit overrated. It's not this legendary, like, can never go wrong gun, which people purported to. Same thing with the Glock. Like, the Glock never malfunctions. There's nothing that ever goes wrong with a Glock. No, Glocks malfunction, AKs malfunction, but it's still a great system. 7.62 is just too much of a cartridge for it. When they switched to 5.45, beautiful. It made the AKs beautiful. That is a really good platform. It's not as modular as the M16 with 5.56. It is nowhere near that modular, but it's a beautiful system.
Fine.
Go ahead.
Sorry, finally killed that thing.
Yeah, I saw you got him with the grenade.
Oh, motherfuck!
I love Mike Burnfire. They're great. Mike Burnfire is fantastic. A Marine and an Army boy get together, and it's just great to listen to. Like, because he gets to tell stories from like my perspective of the Marines, and meanwhile, his buddy gets to tell perspectives about his time as being an Army armorer, and it's like, oh. Oh yeah, people are screaming save.
Save? Okay, let me... just so I don't get crushed there. Alright. Yeah, the game is really hard.
The game's really hard. Yeah.
That's not what I was gonna say. It's really harsh on hard, like with the health. Because it doesn't give you much at the healing stations, and the enemies do a lot more damage.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They really turn Half-Life into a survival horror game.
No, it's just a skull. It's not a head crab.
Yeah, and I love them telling their stupid war stories things, because everybody that's ever been in the service has those stupid things like your buddy did, and you're just like, what? One of mine from boot camp was we had this Mexican, okay? Ignore that fact, but I'm just obviously saying, you know, he was a Mexican. He liked to drink, but he's in boot camp. How you gonna drink in boot camp? Well, that's easy. I'm gonna buy mouthwash that has alcohol in it and chug the mouthwash. And oh, he chugged that mouthwash all right. And I was like, oh, dude,
Wow.
you did not just do.
That legitimately sounds fucking painful.
Oh, I was cringing. He was having a great time though. I don't know how he like came out of it completely unflustered. He was not flustered at all. I mean, he was drunk, but he was not flustered at all.
Hey, don't count on the cavalry finding us down here. Head for the surface.
Oh, dude, I love that. I love when Zach sees a gun that doesn't work. He's like, what the hell is this?
When who?
There's a channel on YouTube called Mike Burnfire. And he's a Marine, and his buddy is an Army armorer. And they play Fallout.
Oh.
But they talk about, like, what weapons are realistic and everything like that. They play Fallout with the co-op mod, so they can both play together. And it's mostly New Vegas. And yeah, he goes through, and sometimes he'll add in... Yes, I agree, Kevin. It's not good. As I said, I don't know how he got away with it. There are just some people that are just built lucky.
2 med kits brought me up to 37 health. I didn't even see how low I was before that. But wow, that's very.
Oh, dude. Go ahead. Sorry.
No,
Just
don't
having
worry.
a good time with chat.
Yeah, it's fine.
But yeah, for those of you that aren't in the military, the army had I almost can't even say it because it already makes me laugh. They had a special camouflage that they used for years that took them $5 billion of research.
My.
As Angry Cop says, $5 billion with a B of
What?
research. And it was called the Universal Camo Pattern. And it was a camouflage that literally did not blend in with anything. Except for your grandmother's couch that she got on layaway at Sears.
What?
Yes, it was a universal camo pattern that actually made you stand out against every single environment and background you could possibly be in at all times. And they're like, eh, this almost works against my gray background, except the blue in it stands out.
Oh my god,
It goes, hey, Top, goes some army general. What? Why is there blue in it? For the Blue Rocky Mountains? Oh, the Blue Rocky Mountains? Oh, what mountains are blue in Afghanistan or Iraq or the Horn of Africa? Huh? All mountains look the same. Did you just say all mountains look the same and you got a star on your chest?
Also, another little detail with Half-Life here. I like how they introduce you to the claymores or the landmines.
Oh, that works, Zorik. I didn't know that.
What's that?
They do not use the co-op mod. Mike just voice acts over what an NPC in game does. Hey, I didn't know that. So yeah, that's nice.
But anyways, as I was saying, I like how they introduce the tripwires. That's it. How they introduce the tripwires here, because they literally just have a panicked scientist run into it, not knowing what it is. It's like, okay, yeah, the blue lights, you don't fuck with those.
Yep. Valve's always been great about like environmentally telling the player what each thing does and how to progress. I love. Yeah, that's the military-industrial complex. They spent billions on a plane that couldn't fly and an app that simply pointed left to right. Yes.
What?
You see, this is a problem when you get to a certain size and you can no longer do quality control. When the machine, aka it's the Warhammer 40k syndrome with the Mechanicus. When the factory gets so big, you don't know what this thing does. You just want to keep it running because it might do something important. I don't even know what this does anymore, but, you know, we better keep it running because who knows, the factory might explode. I don't know.
Well, hey, at least that sounds better than the company I work at. Half the machines are fucking falling apart. There is no good reason for them to be in the state they're in.
Oh, I just love, like, it's crazy. One of the, military technology development money waste is one of the most least talked about. Wasn't there a controller they tried to make for several millions that could be replaced with an Xbox controller? Yeah, but to be fair to them, they wanted to be able to have the rights to produce and manufacture it, and then if they could make it modular and everything, something you couldn't do with the Xbox controller. Like, there are reasons behind why they tried to do it. It's just they could never get it working. It's one of those, like, I understand your logic. Like, I understand the logic behind a ton of these programs. Like, even the Universal Camo Pattern project. I understand the logic of what they were trying to go for. Like, wouldn't it be more efficient, cost efficient and everything, if we had a single camo pattern that just worked for everything. It might not be the best at that terrain, but if it works in literally everything, we can scale down on costs and everything like that. We'll make sure everybody has the same gear. Yeah, except you then made a camo pattern that worked on nothing.
Yeah, like, here's my opinion on it. If you're at the point of spending $5 billion on camo, why not just fucking try to invent invisibility technology?
Oh, they're already working on that. They actually have it working now.
Really?
Yes.
But I mean,
It
that's...
is a modular camera system that uses, like, LED-sized cameras and recreates the image on the other side. It is fascinating. But it is, it's, not cost-effective. It's special, but it is not worth it. Well, it's because the FAL was using the wrong caliber of cartridge. That's a pretty beefy cartridge to use. That's why they changed it to 5.56. Because that's a heck of a cartridge. To use the 7.62 for the FAL was rough. Anyways, the universal camo pattern was actually so bad, the Marine Corps didn't use it. They didn't adopt it. They told the Army, y'all crazy, we're sticking with the camo patterns we got. So the Marine Corps has always had 2 camo patterns. They experimented with a flick turn like pattern that the Germans use, which was a digital camo pattern. But they decided to keep the standard. You have a green one for your... I say green, there's all kinds of other colors in it, but a green one for forestry backgrounds, grasslands, and a tan one for deserts. Again, the universal camo pattern for the Army, you had to wear this tan, gray, blue, blobby mess in forests, in fields, in the snow. It's like, what? How do we blend in here, okay? And because of the blue and the gray in it, you stand out in the desert, so the tan doesn't even work. Yeah, exactly. 7.62 on full auto ain't fun. Yeah. 5.56 is definitely the way to go. I do still think that they should, Science Buddy? Science Buddy? Oh, okay.
Huh?
I just watched you slowly watch this, the black scientist get crushed.
I was trying to get them both in there. Oh, I almost had him. I can get this guy in here now.
All right.
Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go.
I'll wait right here.
He's just standing there, just slowly squished him.
It can't get any worse.
One of my favorite things to do is when I play Oddworld, you could get, like... There's different parts in the game where you could get up to, like, 7 or 8 Medokins in a zone, and you could put them all on an electric barrier, like, while it's off, or one of the, saw blades while it's off. If you turn them on with all those Medokins there at once, oh man, the sound is fucking hilarious. With the saw blade, the entire screen is meat chunks just flying all over the place. And, with the electricity, like, fence, you just hear like 7 or 8 different Medokins with all the different voices going, all at once. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, again, there's a problem where they don't know a lot of times where the budget is going. They know, hey, we want X. Well, such and such is good at X minus Y, so we'll let them try it, something like that. You know, there's logic behind a lot of decisions that are made initially, and then because everything is so complicated, they lose sight of everything that happened, and that's when all the problems start.
Yeah, I just find it mind-blowing that you could spend $5 billion on what's essentially like a cloth pattern, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, how?
Trust me, the Marine Corps, the Navy, and the Air Force all looked at that and were like, "What? No." But the Army was like, "Ah, we're in."
Last, thank God you're here.
Wow, my own grenade killed a soldier. I didn't. Like,
Oh, you got him?
no.
Grenade? Oh.
Come on, just kill me already. It's too late. Wow, now my health isn't going down as fast as I want.
Rescue. Last, thank God.
Try to save the scientist, blow up the scientist instead.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great. No, they tried to buy warships from Soviet Union. They tried to make a fleet. Okay, so, yeah, Creetosis, here's some crazy nonsense that's happened in the real world. Pepsi Cola, the Pepsi Bottlers of America, of the Pepsi Soda Pop, tried to buy warships from Soviet Russia
Why does Pepsi Cola need warships?
so they could have the Pepsi Navy. And if you're then asking, why do they need the Pepsi Navy? I don't know.
This sounds like the most fucking retarded marketing campaign ever.
Oh. Oh, man.
Okay, so I have to ask, why did the deal fall through? Why didn't it happen?
Well, let's just say some people came in and were like, hang on a second. I know that the Soviet Union is now collapsed and everything's dirt cheap, but why the fuck do you need a Navy?
Holy shit, that dude can throw.
Let's see, the F-35B Lightning program, because VTOL aircraft have always proven to have superior flight abilities, hence why all fighters for every military worldwide are all the Harrier jump jet 1.5 billion. Yeah. Again, it's because the way the Harrier jump jet works, that's what makes it so good. That's why they want VTOL aircraft. They want a new version of VTOL aircraft because it's just useful. It's strategically useful, not in dogfights or air superiority or anything like that. But VTOL aircraft are just useful because you can get a lot more of the aircraft. You can get a lot more of the aircraft aboard your carrier if you have vertical takeoff capabilities and landing capabilities. So you have a way larger air force to use in combat situations that can get into the fight and provide your troops that air support they need. Mostly this is for the Marine Corps. The Marines are considered the best way I've heard it described is the Marines are considered the 911 force of the U.S. President. So if anything happens, the Marines, and this is something we were trained for as well, you have to be ready to deploy within 24 hours to a combat zone. No matter where you are in the world, you have to be ready to go in 24 hours. And as part of that is the Marine carrier groups. The moment you get the call and you get your gear and everything like that, and you're on a plane heading to your nearest military base, which is then going to get you aboard an aircraft and get you set up to go, because you are leaving. You are going to a conflict zone immediately. And that's where Harrier jump jets are really, really good, and that's why they wanted more VTOL aircraft. Now, the thing that they're trying to do is the F-35, they're trying to spin the F-35B into something different. They're getting rid of the VTOL capabilities of it, and they're trying to make an F-35-2 which is to replace the A10 Thunderbolt. Oh, the deal actually succeeded? I always heard the deal did succeed because they asked them, Pepsi, why do you need a fleet?
Take me with you. I'm the one man who knows everything.
That's funny.
It is
Oh,
a
that is
really good
fun.
question, though. Why the fuck does Pepsi need fucking military warships?
Yeah. I don't know, maybe they're trying to recreate Deus Ex for real. They were going for that apocalyptic future just in a hurry. Where corporations now have militaries.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's weird how many people don't like
Take me with you. I'm
the
one
A10,
man who knows
the A10
everything.
Warhog, or the A10 Thunderbolt. And it's kind of sad because people are like, it's an overrated plane. It's very obsolete. Why do they keep it? Why they? It's because there's not a joint there. Sorry, there's not a ground attack aircraft that has ever done the same capabilities of the A10. They can't get rid of it. They're trying to make a new one, which is where the F-35-2 comes in.
This
They're
bitch just
trying
kicked
to get
me.
rid of it.
He didn't even shoot me there. He just kicked me and I died.
Stick a boot in.
Yeah. Oh, hey, it's opening without the noise. I'm gonna save on the other side of this door so I don't have to fucking open it again.
Take me with you. I'm the one man who knows everything.
Why doesn't Pepsi need a navy? Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would happen to ships. I guarantee that the U.S. Navy and the Coast Guard would have had some words that they would have been like, how about no?
Yeah, it seems like pretty significant thing you don't want to happen.
Oh, they're saying it never actually happened because Pepsi floated the idea, but never followed up on floated a navy. Dude, the GAU 8 on the A10 is beautiful. It cannot be overstated the sheer morale boost that U.S. troops and allied troops that have heard it too get when an A10 Warhog comes flying in, or the Thunderbolt comes flying in, and you hear that lovely brrrr as it goes by. There's a reason that they call all those pilots angels in the sky. And what makes the A10 stand around so much, why they can't get rid of it, is because the A10 doesn't just come in, hit the targets, and leave, like it's gone within a couple seconds, sort of thing, like most jets do. It stays in the air. It stays there with the troops, constantly running strafing runs, picking new targets, bombing new things. So you have this thing that's literally over your shoulder. The pilot that is in the A10 is there for you. They are there in the shit with you, and will not leave you. That's why it is a huge morale boost to have an A10 come by.
Take me with you.
Because you know you have somebody in the sky who's watching your back, who is watching out for you, and who is going to provide cover for you, so that hopefully you get to go home. So, yeah. That's why I'm always so weirded out when people are like, it's overrated and obsolete, it's a terrible thing, why do they still keep it? It's like, that's why. There's no other aircraft to replace it.
Take me with you. I'm the one man who knows everything.
It's because you're not supposed to use them on helipads, you use them on carriers. Like, that's why the Marine Corps still uses them. They're just too good. It's the same thing, like, they want VTOL because of its capabilities of vertical takeoff and landing. That's what they want it for. When there's no other airstrips or anything like that to take inland, they haven't been able to secure a place for normal aircraft. That's why they want it.
Jesus Christ, they even knocked the difficulty down and are still kicking my ass.
Yeah, welcome to the soldier. It's weird. A lot of people think the AI in Half-Life 1 is a lot better than in Half-Life 2, but it's just not true. It's just that in Half-Life 1, the soldiers have way more health than the Combine do. Their health pools are jacked up. Yeah, it's...
I've never had this much trouble with them before.
Your attack abilities, Verve. Like, helicopters are great, but they have to... How do we put this? They are way more susceptible to small arms fire than your jet aircraft would be. Because even if it's vertical takeoff and landing, it's still a jet, and it might not be the fastest of the jets or the most nimble or maneuverable of the jets in the air, but it's still a jet. I mean, maybe it bugged the damage because of the difficulty change. That's what people are wondering about.
I found a method.
I like your method. I like your box, your box fort method you have going here.
Hey, it works. That's all I care about. No, hey, I did kill this guy.
Yeah, those are balancing things, Buzzer. If you ever see somebody that mods that out, where they aren't allowed to only have 4 of them firing at once. Woo! Things get spicy. Yeah, like I said, helicopters technically could fight. But it's that situation where, well, they have the missiles that could lock on to the jets, and then the missiles are way faster than the helicopters. Like, yeah, you could fight jets with a helicopter theoretically. Good luck doing that practically.
Is this? Ah.
Yeah, Halo 5 is very much not good story-wise. It's very, very not good. There's a reason that, like, Oz and everybody from... Like, Oz from Game Nights over on Shadowversity and Fringy and Rags... And Fringy especially, do not like Halo 5. And Halo 4, honestly.
I'm glad I stopped at 3.
Yeah.
I heard, what was the one after? Was it ODST or Reach? Reach. I had that one too, but I never, got too far into it.
Reach is good. It doesn't, try to completely destroy the universe's lore and everything the way that 4 and 5 do.
Yeah, I've heard they were bad, but I haven't played them yet. I'd be curious to check them out at some point, but... Yeah, it doesn't sound good.
Fun fact. One of the only branches to use the, Oh no, I just had a brain fart. Well, great, my old age is catching up to me. The Marines use the... It's in this game. I know it exactly. It is one of the only, aircraft that is a prop plane aircraft that changes from vertical helicopter mode into actual plane mode. It's in this game. It is used, and I think it's just a really fucking cool aircraft. And for whatever reason, my brain can physically not do the name of it for some reason. The worst part, Osprey. Oh my god. I'm glad I thought of it. Yeah, the Osprey helicopter is actually utilized by the military, and it is a really cool aircraft, a hybrid aircraft helicopter thing. It is really cool. I like it a lot. Yeah, for whatever reason, guys, every time I was thinking Osprey, I went with the much less appropriate Opie. And if you know anime or what Opie is, you'll understand why my brain keeps trying to rebel against that and go, no, that's not it. Like it's on the tip of my tongue. Opie. Osprey. There we go. Got it.
I hate when that happens. When there's something you're trying to say and the wrong word keeps coming up.
What? You got boobs on the brain? I guess I do. Opie. Boobs.
Alright, this is going to be fun to try and get through.
Yes, that's where the vertibird, they got the inspiration for the vertibird was because of the Osprey. Yes, he's playing the Half-Life Source variant, the Source port.
Yeah, sorry. The discussion in chat just seems to be somewhere I can't really comment on much.
It's
know
my fault.
nothing about. And don't worry, it's not your fault. You're having a discussion with chat, and they seem to be enjoying it. So,
Yes.
I just want to point out this comment. My favorite aircraft, Booba.
Yes. That's what I kept saying. That's why I'm like, my brain kept saying Opie. It's like, that's not it. You know it's not it. Why can't you do it? But yeah, the tilting rotor aircraft, the Osprey, is a beautiful, super futuristic looking thing. Like, it looks like something like a sci-fi world would use. And there it is, right? And there's Creetosis looking at it from down below. Mine's Setch. Yeah, exactly. If you don't know the Weave Tongue, and the only reason I know that was because of One Punch Man. That's why I know what Opie is, because he wears a shirt that has Opie written on it, and it's designed to look like boobs in its word font usage.
I didn't even know that. I watched through season 1 of One Punch Man, and
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that show. Holy shit.
So his shirt is literally boobs on his shirt. Every time someone mentions the Osprey, all I can think of is, well, there's your problems episode on the V-22 Osprey. But it's still cool. It is. Yeah.
Huh. That's interesting. I wonder if you could soft lock yourself here. Because you could jump up on the vent and jump back out into the area from before, but the door probably isn't open over there. And the ladder to get down into the vents got blown up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna check. I am really curious about this now. If it ends up being like a wild goose chase and whatever, it's not a big deal. It's just a little bit of a waste of time, but I genuinely want to see, like... Okay, so the door closed. That's closed. Okay.
English voice actor Saitama during an anime convention. Dude was cool. So voices Ryuji from Persona 5 and actually streams the game monthly on Twitch. Wow.
Huh.
That's pretty cool. Osprey, the best aircraft to bully people with. I'm up here and you're down there as you're blown across the tarmac by the downdraft. Yeah. I just love it as a design. I love like it's what its utility is, and I love its function and all that stuff. I love it. Is it practical? Not really, but you know what? It looks good and it does function, so hell with it. Let's use it. Yeah, no worries. Mobile autocorrects are notorious for being accurate. Accurate to exactly what you want to say.
Yeah, I think this has to be like a soft block because there's no way you're going to be able to get down that ladder. It was blocked by concrete.
They might. I wonder if they'll make you go through the hole in the top now that got blown open so the Osprey could put troops down.
Ah. I also missed this health kit on the way by.
Yeah, spoiler alerts for anybody, I'm not really big into anime. It's just there are certain ones I will watch, and I do try every now and then. Because I'm not going to write off the entire medium.
Oh!
I think that'd be crazy. Well, you're in trouble. Yeah, I realized the moment you stepped into the elevator,
no!
I was like, oh, you're in trouble.
So that broke a lot sooner than I was expecting it to. They really didn't expect you to come back this way. Wow, that... That's funny.
Yeah, I am very disappointed that One Punch Man, they're like, we'll just give it to a different studio with way less quality for season 2, because people will still watch it. How'd that work out for you?
I haven't seen season 2 yet. How
the
bad?
Is horrible.
Horrible?
Yeah, absolutely horrible.
See, that's one of those shows where, like, the animation needs to be really fucking good, too.
Yeah.
Because...
And I'm just so disgusted that they're like... Yeah. Oh, here's a bit of fun anecdote for anybody that's not in the military. But that civilians find always funny as hell. So, in the military, there is a saying when it comes to helicopters. If you get in a helicopter and your helicopter does not sound like it's about 2 seconds from tearing itself apart and exploding in a ball of fire, get out of it. Something's wrong.
I was hoping I could get out in time before the gate came up, but that moves really fast.
Yeah, I do recommend reading the manga for One Punch Man. It's really good. Yeah, so there's a bit of a military adage for everybody. If you get in a helicopter in the military and it doesn't sound like it's about to explode just by existing, like its life doesn't sound like it's in pain and agony, get out of it because there's something very wrong with it. And you do not want to be in that helicopter. And you'll likely see the pilots will be the first ones jumping out.
So I think it's safe to say that this is a soft lock, because I can't even get up the elevator, never mind getting all the way back to the ladder that got blown up.
Yeah. Yeah, as Gates, look how they massacred my boys. It's like, yeah, they really, really did. Which game do you think has the best police system? Well, what are you referring to when you say police system?
Yeah, because when I hear that, the only thing I think of is, like, Grand Theft Auto or Saints Row.
Yeah, or, stuff like that, or... do you mean realism? Like, the SWAT games are really freaking good. Try pushing the other button beside the one that just opened the first gate. Try pushing that again, see what happens. Instead of the one in the elevator shaft.
The thing that's weird is The elevator is coming back down into position, but it moved entirely out of the elevator shaft. It went somewhere else.
Yeah.
That's why it keeps coming through the wall there like a fucking ghost.
Yep.
Ah.
Yeah, I'll have to see what you mean when you say, like, what is the best police system? Like, can we get a little bit more than that?
Huh.
Actually, hot take: light novels are better than manga or better than anime. Not always. It's very much a per like created thing. How realistic, competent are the police? I think Grand Theft Auto 4 honestly has the best police system. I really do. I think it has a really, really good police system. It's so good, in fact, that you can actually get other NPCs arrested by the police.
I enabled cheats. I put on God mode just for the sake of getting through here. And no clip so I could, you know, not die.
Yeah, well, remember, you still have that old save you can jump back to.
Oh yeah, I'm going to do that, absolutely. I'm super curious to see how far this goes.
Yeah. See if you can actually make it down the thing.
Considering we couldn't get the elevator to work, I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that, it's a soft walk. Like,
well,
that alone.
I will say one piece of credit when it comes to, like, Netflix, when people are like, Netflix changed the line, stuff like that. A major problem that a lot of anime dub studios have when they bring anime from Japan or China or wherever to the West is they try to lip sync. And that's... there's a quality to it, sure, but, oh man, does it kind of break everything, honestly.
This second elevator might also have the exact same problem. I just no-clipped out of the elevator shaft, but I'm pretty sure it's going to come through the wall.
Yeah, might be. And now, I understand why they do it, because they don't want people to get the old stereotypical Japanese films, because when Japanese films were first brought over to the States, they had that thing that all the old movies and TV shows and everything, all the other media made fun of, the where their lips were going, and then they constantly say, you there, come over here, and their mouth is still moving still, because they're still speaking, because the languages are completely different.
This elevator just... I figured it out! I know why it glitched out there. Both the elevators use the same platform.
Nice.
That has to be it. That fucking has to be it. I swear to God, if this...
Left of the load trigger, then, up the elevator.
Yeah, I don't see what else it could be, besides the... Because this one isn't coming back from above. There's nothing up there. And when it came through the wall earlier in the other elevator shaft, I was like, what the fuck? That makes...
I don't know, I kind of agree more with something, but the true answer is that the source port of Half-Life is broke as hell.
Let's,
Well, remember, Buzzer, he intentionally went into an area that looked like it was going to be a soft block, so now we're in adventure mode right now.
Yeah, it's definitely adventure mode right now. This isn't... Okay, so this, elevator shaft here isn't... Oh. Okay, yeah, I think you said I didn't hit the trigger point for it, so that makes sense. I have to, I guess, float through the level until, I hit the point where it's like, okay, now the elevator... All that shit still works on no clip, so... Maybe there's, like, a random trigger in this area somewhere that makes it go off. That tells it to go back up.
going over all the glitches the source port has. Yeah, and yeah, the source port has always been a interesting specimen when it comes to Half-Life, and that's why I think it being so buggy and Black Mesa being such a labor of love is why Valve literally gave the okay to Crowbar Collective to be like, you know what, guys, you have put in so much talent and work in your remake of Half-Life into the Source engine. You can sell it. You can make money off of it. Please do.
Yeah, whatever.
Try pushing the button again, because judging by where it came through the wall, I don't think that was the case.
Yeah, because it came... Okay, so if we... okay, here. So this is the elevator shaft I need the platform for, and that's the other one. And you can see the little room down here. This is the cutoff because this is where the other room would be where I was getting stuck in before. So that loads in.
I go based off of the speedrun definition of what a hard lock, soft lock is. Hard lock is when you literally can't move the controls around, you can't look around, you can't do anything. You're literally stuck there. It's like your computer's entirely locked up, can barely alt tab, can't really do anything. That you're boned completely. There's literally nothing that can happen. Whereas a soft lock is you can still move around and walk around, but you can no longer progress.
Yeah.
Like your progression has been killed. There's no way to progress. There's no way to die. It's over.
Yeah.
So that's the definition I've always used, but again, it comes from speedrunning, where the hard lock and the soft lock are. And I know they had a big debate because they were like the game is still running and stuff like that, and would that not be a crash and things like that? Or is this a hard lock because you can no longer progress, but you're still able to move around? It's like, no, that's a soft lock. Because you can still move around and interact and get to the menus and everything like that just fine. Hard locks are when all of that is off the table and out the window.
But anyways, you're right for about the direction where it comes from, because it comes from the back wall when I was getting crushed by it. It came out from above the button, which doesn't make sense because the other elevator shaft is off to the side. Like it's directly to the side, so yeah.
Valve is a good company, just wish they'd update TF2 more often.
Yes.
Well, that's the thing about them being a good company is that they don't want to force their employees to work on a project that they don't care about. There's good things about that, and there's terrible things about that. The good thing is the person that's there on the project is passionate. You know that they're there for the project. The bad thing is that if those people get excited about a new project and move over to the new project, aka literally roll their desk, that was the thing for Valve, was you can actually roll your desk to a new project and work on it, then, you know, that just happens. An old game might get abandoned. So there's great things about it and there's bad things about it. There's pros and negatives to it. You're a speedrunner and went to the Army. I didn't go to the Army. I went to the Marines. Did you speedrun the boot camp? In a sense, yes, I got really badly injured and I got medically discharged before I got my Eagle Globe and Anchor. I was near the final of boot camp and I had my shoulder torn up to shreds.
Ooh.
It's really bad. And then when they look through my medical records, they're like, well, this guy has migraines. Migraines are a dropout. If you've got migraines, you're not supposed to be in the military. I got a waiver for it because I told medical about it and everything. I'm like, I get migraines every now and then. It really sucks. They're really debilitating. But I'm letting you know that I got an eye surgery. It might have taken care of them. We don't know for sure because, you know, there's not really like an empirical science about what causes migraines.
Well, clearly it didn't solve them because you had a 6-hour-long one today.
Yeah. But, no, it seems to have worked. Massive fingers crossed. I mean, it's been a long time. I get them every now and then, but nowhere near to the frequency I used to. Hey, yeah, this is the Half-Life Source version.
A lot of people are asking that. Fair question, I guess.
Know about a lot of soft locks, like there's this hidden gem called Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy. And there's a soft lock where if you save at a certain spot, a door will close forever. Said door is needed to open to finish the game.
Ooh.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
That's a soft lock.
Yeah.
That's 100% a soft lock because you could still play the game and still move around and do the menus and interact, but you just literally cannot finish the game.
Oh, there's nothing here. There's a channel that I follow, Picaspre or something like that. He does Pokemon soft locks, and he finds these convoluted ways to soft lock the different games and then escape them. Because like one of them is you get yourself trapped in a situation where all you have is a Magikarp who can't do anything, and you lost all your items. You're trapped at like the Elite Four or something. But then using one item and like a very specific, extremely time-consuming strategy, you could get your way out of it.
Nice.
It's an interesting series.
King Faru says, "Were you a colonial marine or a space marine? Jokes aside, what's the difference between the army and the marines?" Oh boy, don't you dare loop us in with those army boys, okay? They ain't ready for marines yet. Didn't you know that? That's my favorite. So, every single branch hates each other in a sort of loving way. Like, we will talk mad shit about anybody in the Army, or anybody in the Navy, or anybody in the Air Force. We'll talk mad shit about them. But if chips are down, we're going to bat for them no matter what. Yeah, so the Army's was, ain't ready for Marines yet, and then the Army would say back to us, my ass rides the Navy equipment, sir. It's like, oh, nice, I like it. But to answer the question more realistically, the Army is the ground forces for the United States. Just like the Air Force is the Air Force for the United States, and the Navy is the Navy for the United States. The Marine Corps are the ground and air forces for the Navy. And the amphibian assault forces and blah, blah, blah. The Marine Corps basically does it all. So the Marine Corps has its own naval vessels. Not all of them. Most of your stuff, when you say you're going to the Marine, when you're going to a fleet, you're going to a Navy fleet because you are a Department of the Navy. They have their own Air Force, the Marine Corps Air Force, which is a huge Air Force with the most versatile selection of aircraft in the world. And they have their own, they did have their own tanks and everything like that, but we don't anymore. We have light assault vehicles now, LAVs. Yeah, so the big difference is that, yes, the Chair Force, that is exactly what we called them at all times. We even made fun of their boot camp for that. It was beautiful.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Hey.
Oh, hey. You're a bit loud. Let me fix that quickly.
Sounds good.
So the big difference is that the Army is just the Army. They need the Air Force to work. They need to work with the Air Force to get airplanes. They need to work with the Navy to get naval vessels. The Marines, they do it all themselves. That's part of being the whole 24-hour quick reaction force that the Marines are. Like I said earlier, when you're in the Marines and you get told we're going to war, you have 24 hours to get to a military base and be on the next naval vessel that's leaving for the conflict zone.
Oh,
that's 100% accurate. You have to be ready in one day. That's it. That's all the time you get to say goodbye, pack your things, and leave. You have got to go.
Just kill me. Just fucking kill me. Do the spin thing, you fuck! There we go.
What are you playing right now?
Half-Life.
Where are you streaming?
YouTube.
Is it on your channel?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go bring that up.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
What?
So as I said, the anagram for the Army is ain't ready for Marines yet. The anagram for the Marines is my ass rides the Navy equipment, sir. So 80 Krauser said, well, I guess I was technically a Marine because I was born when my mom was Navy property. Oh, that's great. That's absolutely great.
Have you played Black Mesa?
Played it,
Yeah.
haven't finished it.
Yeah, the Zen chapter is pretty amazing.
Yeah, I've heard. I plan on getting around to that at some point.
Yes.
Yeah, the combat, however, is really lopsided. Though, like the alien enemies really don't pose a threat to the player. The only thing that's really a threat is the what do you call them? The Marines.
Yep. As it should be. Yeah, I might be
Yeah,
biased.
I guess
I
they
might be
do.
biased because I'm a Marine, but yeah, whatever.
Just
Well,
grabbing this.
it's because...
Sorry, just grabbing the super chat quickly. $2 from Le Alien. Thank you. Fucking profile picture too. It's a long neck edit of Benedict Cumberbatch.
Nice.
Star Wars Vision is coming. Star Wars Banana May. Hopefully it's good.
Yeah, basically the Marine spearhead invasions. That's absolutely correct. Like again, the first force to go in is the Marine Corps. And a thing that we always got told, and I always took pride in when we were in boot camp, was the U.S. as an entire country does not need the Marine Corps. The Army, the Air Force, the Navy could do everything the Marines do. The U.S. wants a Marine Corps. And that is a very critical distinction. And that's what I always took pride in that. You aren't a force that's necessary, you are a force that people demand exists. And I always loved that. It just made you take a lot more pride in being a part of it.
I imagine it also helps morale that they're volunteers as well.
Well, that's with everything. Like the whole thing in the U.S. of the civilian military is very vital to the identity of the U.S. as a whole. That these are people that literally volunteer to defend their country. Now, again, you get into the whole thing where people go politics and like, no, they're actually used as like a bludgeon and brute force tool. It's like, don't ascribe the motives of some backroom dealing to the individual people that want to serve their country. Like, again, this is the whole thing in the Marines too. They always told us, don't think about greater ideals like your country and everything like that. Think about the man next to you who chose the same thing you did, who is there fighting beside you. That's the most important thing. And when I say man, I mean man or woman. It does not matter. If you're a Marine, you're green. That's the whole motto of the Marines. There is no other colors. You're Marine Corps green. That's it.
So, have you been deployed before?
No, as I said, I got my shoulder torn up in basic. A week before I went to get the Eagle Globe and Anchor, which led to quite a lot of depression, honestly. And that's why that was one of the hardest things about it, was when you were so close and you didn't make it right at the very end.
Yeah, I can imagine.
That was brutal. That took me many, many years to get over with, and I still kind of get over parts of it now.
Destroy the damn
But
thing before it grows
God,
any
it was
larger.
horrible. I was never able to keep work well because I was agitated all the time and annoyed. I had PTSD, which is fucking stupid. I hated the way I got it.
I see. What ultimately caused the injury?
So during training day 1, we had an incident, and it's a compound thing. It was a lot of things going together. This was the initial cause of it, and they figured it out. During training day 1, we had to clean up the barracks and everything like that. So we're sitting here, we're working our deck. So in the Marines, each level of a barracks is called a deck, just like you would be on a ship. And so my platoon, which is 2147 in Gulf Company, we had our deck, and I was cleaning it, and I stupidly did not wait because I wanted to hurry up and prove myself, because it's training day 1. You don't want to be the slacker, the guy at the back, you know, the fuck up. So I was trying to prove myself, and I tried to move one of the double bunk beds on my own. huge mistake. They are heavy. They are made out of full metal. So these things weigh a ton. And I tried to lift it. And I felt it in my left shoulder. I felt something slip. And it went numb real fast. And I was like, uh-oh. I was like, I don't know what that was. And so I told them, and I had to go to medical and get checked out. And my body started feeling numb afterwards. Well, that was part of it. I had slightly damaged the nerve. We didn't know that at the time, but I had slightly damaged the nerve in my shoulder. Skip forward 2.5 months. There's been all their stuff too, you know, injuries, getting sick, and stuff like that. Well, I had an upper respiratory infection that turned into viral pneumonia in my lungs. And we were going up the Mini Reaper. This is kind of your, like, first experiment into... I just realized that the engine, by the way, above the Octo Tentacle's heads is actually firing as if the animation's playing Creetosis.
Oh yeah, I saw that too. Like, I don't know if that's because I hit it with a grenade or if it was already doing that.
Yeah.
Or because I spammed the button before I ran down here. Oh, you can go fuck away.
Now, if you, so anyways, I had viral pneumonia. So one of the things about viral pneumonia is really, really affects your breathing, your ability to breathe, your ability to get oxygen, your ability to process oxygen in your lungs. We're going up the Mini Reaper, which is kind of your test, your first rite of initiation into get ready for the Crucible, because the Crucible is what the Marine Corps does at the end. It is a grueling multi-day combat scenario where you get very little sleep, you have very little food, and you have to function still at 100%. So it's a way to kind of be like, and this is your final test of courage. Well, on the Mini Reaper, I started going up it, I got to the top, I felt my fingers go numb, I lost grip on the guy in front of me, I tried to take a deep breath, and all of a sudden I was looking at the sky, and I tumbled over the edge down into a ravine with my full combat load on. So that's about 80 pounds of gear.
Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. One of the hound eyes fucking flew into the air when I shot it.
I know there's a big delay, so don't worry. Nice, I got to see the hound eye. But yeah, so I fell into a ravine with my full combat load on me. So that includes your tent, your rifle, dummy ammo, everything, because they're prepping you for what this is going to be like. You have to literally carry everything with you. I got up from the ravine because the drill instructors grabbed me and were pulling me around, and they were like, if you can't stay in line, get in the back of the truck. And I was like, okay. So I got in the truck, I realized my arm wasn't feeling right, I wasn't breathing correctly, and they were the first ones that checked, because they're like, he didn't have like a heat stroke or anything. He doesn't have the symptoms of a heat stroke. So they checked me and they realized my lungs were fucked. Ooh. That's how we first figured out that I had viral pneumonia.
Oh, this is cruel.
So I was on medication for a while. They wanted to try to keep me. But my shoulder was still acting funky. It was when I fell. This is what we figured out later. It was when I fell in the ravine, and the injury I got from training day 1 worsened, and I had actually damaged the nerve fully in my left shoulder. And so it wasn't working correctly. Like, it was sending weird signals out and everything. And I had gotten my pneumonia had gotten a bit worse, so they dropped me to Marine medical rehabilitation platoons. And from there, I was processed for recruit separations when they looked into my history and they saw I had migraines and everything like that. And, like, migraines can get you dropped, so we'll just say, you know, he has migraines still, which I did have a couple, but they weren't as debilitating as they were in the past. And normally, if you have something like migraines and you get dropped for a medical reason like that, you get a medical discharge with a note of, they can't give you a dishonorable discharge, but you get a note that you lied on your entry into the military. But I didn't. I told the medical department everything. I told them at MEPS all of it. Gave them bit of information I had. I was like, hey, I get migraines, by the way. I haven't really gotten them after I got surgery on one of my eyes, so maybe that's what the cause of mine was. We don't know for sure. But I'm just letting you guys know ahead of time that I do suffer from migraines. And they said, yep, sure. So because I had told them and had been honest and I got a waiver, I got just a straight, full, not honorable discharge, but a full medical discharge without any, like, bad marks or anything to it.
I see. Still, that's just cruel that you had to go through that. I mean, I imagine you must have pushed yourself really hard.
I second guess myself a lot about it because I don't feel like I did. And it's that head game you get stuck in. It was like, well, if I had done this differently, if I had done that, if I had been a little more forceful here, if I hadn't complained here, you know, what would have changed? That's just kind of how it goes.
Yeah, you always ask yourself, what could have been.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah,
Or
and
try to analyze your mistakes.
that was a hard mindset to get out of for a long time.
I can't blame you. I certainly would have taken. I mean, if I had my heart set on doing something like that, I wasn't able to, and that would have been incredibly hard for me to deal with.
Yeah, that's what sucked about it for a long time. And I'm still, like I said, I'm still getting over parts of that. But it's been what, 14 years now? Yeah.
Wow.
I still just can't, like, I don't really hold down jobs well because I get very short with people very quickly.
Mm.
I have a very low bullshit tolerance.
Yeah, so do I. Like,
and so yeah, and again, I work as hard as I possibly can whenever I do have it, but I don't know, I just get to where things will just build up and then I just go, eh. So it's been my own fault.
Yeah. Actually, Creetosis, I think that judging from the stuff that you watch and how much you play of certain bad games, you probably have a very high bullshit tolerance.
It depends on the kind of bullshit, honestly.
I think you need to give yourself more credit.
It really depends on the kind of bullshit. If it's like bad games I surprisingly have a high tolerance for, it's more like people's stupidity that I don't have a tolerance for, you know?
Yeah. Also, to the question there, do battalions give themselves their own names and everything? Yes. Absolutely. Like, they're the usual ones, like the Warlords, the Wolves. One of them, my favorites, is the 1st Marines, 2nd Battalion, the Professionals.
Good name.
Yep.
Very humble.
The 3rd Battalion are the Thundering Third, which is nice. Yeah, there's all kinds of, like, there's all kinds of really cool, like, things like that. I don't ever begrudge it. I think, hey, because it helps build identity and camaraderie with everybody in your unit.
Yeah, having a unifying name, I assume, would make everyone feel like as if they're part of something greater than themselves.
Yeah, and it does help quite a lot too. Like, because you have that, it also goes into the big thing about the Marines is they're very, very heavy on tradition. So your company, your battalion, and everything has traditions, and you carry those on and you pass those down. So it makes you feel like I'm part of something historical. You know, like, the Marine Corps has its traditions and everything like that, and you follow through with them. And like, the big thing, the Marines are very big on tradition. That's why the Crucible is still a thing, and why they are very determined that you must go through the Crucible.
So when you say combat exercises, do Marine squads train against each other using, like, paintball guns or some other kind of mock weapon?
No. When it comes to normal combat exercises in the Marines, like in boot camp, you will use either McMAP, which is Marine Corps Martial Arts program. So you use a martial arts against each other, which... Oh! I always got paired up with the guy that's almost towering 3 feet over me. Like, what was that about? Thanks. I guess the drill instructors thought it was funny to see me, a 6-foot guy, go against a dude who's like 7'2", and I'm like, what the hell is this?
He clearly ate his Weetabix.
He was a big old boy too. He was huge. I
Was
was
he
like,
at least a nice guy?
yeah, to an extent he was. He was always very concerned whenever we would fight. He was like, dude, yeah, this is like, you are outclassed here. And I'm like, I know, okay, don't worry. Very aware of the fact that you literally just manhandle me, flip me over you, and slam me into the ground. Very aware. But the drill instructors would come over and be like, again. And then he'd flip me over again, and then it'd be like, again. And it's like, okay, I get it.
I
But
wonder if he was feeling guilty after several times.
yeah, but the thing that it is they do everything for a reason. That's the thing that people need to understand about the drill instructors. That's another question that people ask all the time is like, how bad are the drill instructors? They're bad, but they're way better than the other recruits. The other recruits are just as stupid as you, but they think they know what they're doing. The drill instructors seem like they're cruel, but they're doing everything for an exacting reason. Always have a reason for it. And it's always with a purpose in mind.
Can you ever just talk to them, or are they always like, you know, on a strictly professional, calling you a maggot basis?
Well, they don't call you maggots, so I'll just let you know that. That's being very kind. But yeah, your senior drill instructor is considered your father. If something is wrong, you can talk with your senior drill instructor. You have 3 hats, or what they're called. You have your kill hat, your drill hat, and your senior. Now the kill hat is the new drill instructor. They're working him in to get him into the system and everything like that. Every company has the kill hat. They're trying to ferret them out. They're still inexperienced. Maybe they've only been doing it for a couple of years. They're trying to get things down and understand the system. And what are the guidelines? What are the boundaries? How do I get the Marines to be exactly what I want them to be? Then you go to your junior hat, who is they're a veteran of it. They've been doing it for a while. They know what they're doing. They're kind of the one that's going to be training you most of the time. Like, they will be there through like 80% of it. Now, then you have your senior, who again, he's your father. He's your father figure. He's there to take care of you. He has the knowledge, the experience, and he has proven himself. He doesn't need to answer to anybody.
Sounds like something you want to get on the good side of.
Yeah, so if you piss off your senior. Oh boy, we had our company pissed off our senior a couple times. That's real bad.
Oh dear, what do they do?
That's when you go to the pit. Now the pit is platoon IT, or platoon intensive training. You're getting made into recruit sugar cookies, where you are going to have blood, sweat, and tears coming out when you're done training, because you're going to be thrown into the dirt and you are going to be pushing yourself as hard as possible, and then they're going to make you roll around in the sand so that you're literally coated in sand particles that are just stuck to you, and then you're going to do running, and then you're going to do even more exercises. Like, oh boy, okay.
Gosh, it sounds exhausting.
It is. Let's see, I've heard drill instructors are meant to make you obedient as possible while destroying your sense of self-worth. To a sense. What they're trying to destroy is your civilian bravado. They want you to understand you are part of a military unit. They do not want sociopaths. If they suspect you of being a sociopath, the military police are coming for you very fast. Because it's funny, because people are like, well, wouldn't those be the perfect soldiers? They're literally unfeeling, unthinking, uncaring machines. They literally just kill and be totally fine with it, or do whatever.
In a lot of fictional settings, usually that's what they say for the elite soldier units.
Yeah, in this, no, they don't want you, because they found through hard through hard trials, that it's actually the people that care more, that are more empathetic, that make better soldiers than the ones that don't care.
Huh.
And the reason why is love. When you love the man or woman next to you in the trench, or wherever you are, or in the military base that's currently being shelled by mortars, you will do anything to keep them safe. You will protect them. You will go above and beyond whatever is asked of you to do your job, to make sure everybody gets to go home.
Makes sense.
And there's another practical aspect to this, which is where if you're a sociopath, you don't care about your country. You don't care about the man next to you or the woman next to you. If some terrorist dude said, you know, what if I give you $1,000 right now? You shoot your buddy there in the head, and you're like, okay, bam. No, they do not want sociopaths. Like I said, if they figure out that you're a sociopath or they suspect you're a sociopath, the military police are coming for your ass, and you're getting driven off. You're getting pulled into the psych area, and you are going to be grilled to make absolutely sure you are not a sociopath.
Yeah, makes sense. I know that in yeah, I know that in fictional settings like 40K in particular, the assassins probably are like, you know, they work alone and they tend to be more often than not sociopathic.
Yes, as Gage said, yeah, a sociopathic soldier will bomb a building regardless if friendlies are in it or if it means killing the enemy. Yeah, you do not want somebody like that. But as other aspects to it too, I always took it as they're trying to see if you're up to stuff. Because whatever he does, it's nothing compared to war. If you can't handle him, you don't belong there. To an extent, nobody can handle it when you first get there. But they want to break you of that civilian mindset. There is no civilian ego. You can't just run off to the police. There's the military police. But that's, trust me, if they get involved, shit has gone sideways. But yeah, no, they want to break you of those notions of like civilian life. You will be the one that people have to rely on. You can't rely on somebody else. You have to be the reliable one. And if you can't handle that, we will mold you into somebody who can. So they break you of like your personality and everything like that that would be in conflict with that idea. Like any sort of like personal ego, no, that's got to go immediately. So again, they're not doing it to be cruel or just to see if you can handle it. They know how to rebuild you into the way they want you to be. Now, you can't always see that when you're the one experiencing the getting screamed at and everything like that. Like that's entirely understandable. But it's there for a reason. It's the same reason why they make you scream so much. When you yell, "Aye, sir," and they get up in your face and they scream, "Louder! Aye, sir! Louder!" They're not doing it just to annoy you. It's actually building up your lung capacity.
Oh, I see.
It's that thing that you don't realize, but they are helping you. They are helping you in the long run.
I had no idea that that's what that was doing.
Yes, it's all of it is mind games, but all of it is there for a reason as well, and that because you're constantly exerting effort and energy, you are working your lung capacity over and over again. You're building up your lung capacity, your abilities, your capabilities. It allows you to run further, have higher endurance and everything. Now, it's not great. It's not as great as actually running and doing everything, but it's there to help build you. And they're starting because they don't know how physically fit you actually are. They have tests that can kind of gauge it, but they don't know if like you're a really good runner. Or in my case, I was a god awful runner and I couldn't do pull-ups to save my life. But what I could do was crunches. Nobody could beat me in crunches, no matter what. I had really, really solid core. To the point I was blowing people out of the water. Like, all these other people, you can do pull-ups, stuff like that. Like, man, I wish I had upper body strength. You can run really fast. Man, I wish I could run really fast. And then they'd see me on crunches and be like, how the hell are you doing 300 crunches? I'm exhausted after 50. It's like, it's fine by me. I'm just still going. Hold on.
So, have you been able to stay in shape ever since your discharge?
No. After depression, I fell off real hard. So I've been getting back into shape. That's been my big goal. Yeah, but the penal battalions don't really work. They're more of a last ditch effort. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I know in StarCraft, the majority of the military they tend to put criminals into the space marine like suits, and
Yeah.
they're sealed inside those suits until they fulfill their sentence.
Yeah. And 40K, I love 40K for how fucking crazy it is. I love the Sisters of Battle, the Okay, Brain, don't go crazy on me. It's the mech where they're literally strapped in, basically naked, out in the front of the mech, and they are fight all. Yes, and have to fight in extreme agony the entire time until they have served enough pain to make up for whatever crime they committed, which usually will never be enough. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
It's 40K. They'll never actually make up for the crime they committed.
I actually own a heap of 40k armies. I used to be really big on playing the game before COVID hit, and I used to play in tournaments. I've got Tyranids, Tau, Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines, Dark Angels, Demons, Death Guard, Thousand Suns, and I don't know if I already mentioned Tyranids, and probably Space Wolves soon as well, and AdMech. I've got like ridiculous amount of it. Each army has well over 2,000 points for standard game as well, and lots of options.
Nice. I never collected it that much because I never had really enough stable income to do that.
Yeah, it's better to use recast instead. The game is just so hideously expensive.
Yeah, and now Games Workshop did I think one of the most
brain dead
dirty,
moves.
Yeah, and I think morally dirty things I've ever seen.
It sucks because I like the IP and I like the game, but despite all of its flaws, because it is a very poorly balanced game where things that should have been picked up in playtesting aren't picked up until several months after the codex is released sometimes. Yeah, the corporation is disgusting, and unfortunately there's no way around it unless if you want to buy so I generally buy recasts and secondhand models. I don't buy models directly from GW because they're too expensive.
Going back a little bit into the chat. Hello there. What I was getting at is those people who commit them often get covered for and protected from justice. Not really. In the Marines especially, no. Trust me. It happens in like inner circles with like maybe the officers will do it cover for each other every now and then, but trust me, if anybody even gets a hint that something is going on, oh boy, the Marine Corps military police really love that shit because they get a chance to stick it to like an officer or something. Woo-hoo-hoo! Yes, please. So. There are aspects of it happening. Again, it's dependent on all the parties involved. If certain parties get wind of it, though, oh boy, like if Jag ever gets wind of something, good luck. Let's see. The giant night mechs, where a dying Space Marine's body is fused into it to serve as a battery for the giant mech suit. Those are basically dreadnoughts. It's not that. We're talking about where you're literally naked, no body armor, no nothing. You're exposed so that you can die, intentionally so, because this is the 41st millennium. You know, that's just the way they roll.
Yeah, the Penitent engine doesn't really make much sense as a war machine.
Yeah, it's much more a machine of execution, painfully so. More so than it is an actual like viable war machine.
Yeah, personally, I like the mod. I think the mortifiers look cooler. They have sort of like a sarcophagus like shape, or Iron Maiden like shape on the front, but you know they're apparently even more torturous to be in than a pendulum engine.
I find it ironically hilarious that Ben and Oz did a video explaining the lore of Warhammer 40k, which they did it in the typical fan of 40k thing where they forgot a lot of things, but that's just 40k. It's too big. It's like good luck literally remembering everything. Like, my God, there's just too much.
I think my biggest problem with 40k's lore is how is the whole Primaris thing, because
we don't talk about the Primaris.
yeah, it sucks. It's like let's introduce. It's like Jedi exists now. Let's introduce Super Jedi while still keeping the Sith at their same power level. It's honestly one of the stupidest narrative decisions I've ever heard of. Because I mean, yeah, sure, if they wanted to go with a new range of Space Marines, they could have just made it a different armor class or just different armor variant, because there's been like 10 of those throughout history.
Yeah.
And I think that would have suited just the whole lot more, you know, it just would have fit the narrative so much better, because even at the end of the Gathering Storm campaign, the fact that they had thousand strong legions of Space Marines ready to come out of cryo sleep, even if there was more Marines, that would be a massive boost to the Imperium's power. But now the fact that intercessors are apparently so powerful in the war that they're actually stronger than experienced Chaos Marine veterans, it just makes the villains seem pathetic by comparison to them.
It's so, and I'm not looking forward to when we get Chaos Primaris.
Yeah, because that's really the
know
only
it's
thing
coming.
they can do.
You know it's coming. It's like, no, please.
Yeah, all they can really do is just retcon, you know, retcon things, like, or just pretend that certain instances of Chaos Marines being unable to stand a chance against intercessors, despite the intercessors just coming fresh out of a cryotube and being slapped on armor. Apparently, you know, there was a story that I remember reading, and it had a group of veterans from the Alpha Legion fighting against a brand new squad of intercessors, and they were getting the shit kicked out of them despite these veterans being around for over 1,000 years and fighting in multiple tournaments against other Chaos Marines. And it even had the whole "what are you" kind of moment where, you know, they're like shocked at just how powerful the Primaris are. By the way, buy the new intercessor kit for $100 today, kids.
Yeah.
You know, it was
gross.
Yeah, it was really stupid.
Do the Army allow intimate relationships? Yes and no. There are heavy caveats into military relationships, at least in the U.S. I don't know about other countries. But you have to have very similar rank. You are not allowed to fraternize with higher ranks or lower ranks, because it could compromise your ability to lead. So again, if you're a lieutenant and you fall in love with a captain, fair enough, and the two of you get together, whatever, they don't care. If you are a captain and you fall in love with a corporal, big no, because
especially if it's a private,
you have to be able to order that corporal that you're now in love with to their death. And that's the hard part for military officers, is getting over the you don't want them to die, but you have to put them in situations where death is very likely, and you have to be able to make that call when it's needed. No hesitation. You need to be able to say, go. So, yeah, so they allow it, but again, like I said, with certain caveats to it. Let's see. If it's changed, I'm glad, but war crimes committed by the Allies during World War II, there's a reason the ones in World War II were covered up. It was for the greater good, and it's horrible. And Nuremberg was a sham trial, yes, but at least it ended in a trial. And I will love whoever first suggested that, whatever person was that suggested that it should end in a trial and not in revenge, even if it was a total, circus. at least it ended with the veneer of justice and not the veneer of now you will pay for what you did. Because that's exactly how World War I ended, and that's what caused World War II. It's
Speaking of Vietnam, have you seen that animation by Ethereal saying, called Mickey Never Came Back, and the sequel Mickey's Descent into Madness?
no, I don't think it was.
It's a fascinating little animation. The character designs are really ugly, but it's essentially a Vietnam era war thing, and it deals with PTSD,
Yeah,
and it's surprisingly deep.
that's good. Oh, it's always good when people actually put care and effort into that sort of stuff, and they don't do like the simple like, wouldn't it just be funny? It's Donald Duck, and you know. It's,
Yeah, exactly. It actually took itself completely seriously.
yeah, that's good. I don't like when they do it for japes and jokes and oh isn't this weird? And I hate when they do that.
Yeah. Well, the same,
Yeah.
the same
Sorry,
thing happens
Creetosis,
with.
for
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's interesting to learn all this stuff.
Also, I think another aspect of that could be just the fact that I find it very hard to see war as something comedic. So, like, you know, when you unless of course you have like, say, you know, comedy around the bases or something
Yeah,
like that,
there's
just
black
amongst
comedy
the
that happens.
interpersonal relationships. Like,
There's
that's fine. But
there's a lot of gallows humor and black comedy and stuff in war. Absolutely,
Yeah.
that's how you keep your sanity.
But like, if it's, say, for example, trying to portray a battle as being something that's funny, I don't know. It's I oftentimes can't. I oftentimes have to feel like as if that's something I've got to take seriously because it's a great source of drama. Especially when it comes to like kidifying it, like what Star Wars often does.
Well, it wasn't so much France's butthurt over it. They did cause World War II, but that was also Britain wanted revenge as well. So it was kind of both France and Britain wanted revenge. The U.S. tried, but yeah, this is into the whole thing why Woodrow Wilson was probably the worst president in U.S. history, bar none. Dude tried to be like the moral center of the universe, and that was funny coming from somebody who only fought less than a single year in the war, asshole. So yeah, that didn't go over well. And then because all the other nations laughed at him, he essentially bullied them into joining the horrifically corrupt League of Nations. Thanks for that. Oh God. There's so many issues that Woodrow Wilson caused. Like he is literally the cause of so many problems in the world. It is amazing how one really fucked presidency that nobody actually wanted, but won because the other party split its votes. Oh. Yeah, it's crazy how much damage he did. And if you want a great video explaining like all the damage that Woodrow Wilson did, check out Alt History. And when they go into what would have happened if Woodrow Wilson didn't become president,
Okay, that sounds like an interesting watch.
it is fascinating. But like some of the big ones, communism never rises and Nazism never rises.
Ooh.
They were direct. Woodrow was responsible for them because of his I don't want to go to war, so I'm going to stop anybody that wants us to get into the war so we can't go and help these guys early or do anything, while Theodore Roosevelt was furiously trying to get the U.S. to go to war in World War I. So imagine if the U.S. had been in the war by 1916 instead of at the end of 1917. If the U.S. had actually been there and stopped Germany cold because Germany could no longer fight with a U.S. faction there as well, which, oh man. Well, if Wilson didn't enact the League of Nations and play Birth of a Nation at the White House, he would have been melted. Yeah, exactly. It's all King's fault. Oh man, it is horrible. But basically,
it all leads back to King. That fucker ruined everything.
And it comes back to, if Germany had to move troops off the Eastern Front to fight to stop the new front with the Americans, it would have meant the provisional government in Russia would have actually had victories because the Germans would have been significantly weakened. So they would not have been a provisional government fighting a war where they're constantly losing, which is then losing the faith of the people. So when Lenin gets sent back by the Germans to try to cause disorder, he would have found a much more unified country that's like, no, these guys are winning. They don't suck or anything. What are you talking about, Lenin? Get out of here. Meanwhile, because Germany would have soundly lost with the Americans, the British, the Canadians, and the French all fighting on the Western Front, there is no question of being betrayed or stabbed in the back for Germany to lose. It becomes obvious Germany was going to lose. There is none of this whole, like, they can't spin it to be like, no. Germany was stabbed in the back. They were betrayed and bloody, blah. That doesn't happen. And because communism doesn't rise, you don't get the communist takeover attempts in Germany, which is how the Nazis took over. Because the commies, as communists do, tried to take over violently and failed after killing a bunch of people and destroying shit.
Oh, and did that cause people to become
And so now everybody was like, now the communists are our biggest threat. And here is this group known as the National Socialist Party who wants to stand against the communists. I should probably support them because now more communists are getting into the main party. So we've really got to stop them, guys. So I want you to help support the Nazis and you would help support the Nazis. And it's like, oh boy. So you see how this starts spiraling.
Yeah, it would have been interesting though, to see what could have happened, like if, something else could have led to the birth of these movements.
When it comes to Nazism, not really, because it was the communist attempted takeovers and coups that really gave them legitimacy with the rest of the parties. Because before, the Nazi Party, the National Socialists, were a very small minority in the government. Before the coups and everything attempted by the communists, who were a 35% part of the government. Which is cool.
It's really weird because, like, when I hear about the story of the rise of fascism, I never really hear about the communist side of, them attacking members. It's almost always like,
they attacked members. They actually did full-on open rebellion in Munich, which had to be put down by our good Austrian friend. Again, friend used completely sarcastically. Again, like, the whole rise of evil, the series of steps needed for this to happen were ridiculously specific. Stab Ludendorff in the back to prevent Germany from winning in Wonder Woman. Yeah, that's another aspect of the surrender, and why it kind of worked was because when the National Socialists said, hey, the Jews betrayed us, an unfortunate truth was there were some Jewish members who pushed for the surrender. Now, completely logically so, Germany's got its ass kicked. It cannot fight. Like, this, let's be honest with ourselves here. They lost. But it doesn't look good on metrics, let's just say that. Because it is literally being pushed as, yeah, and they're the ones that did it, and they just happen to be Jewish, which is exactly what they were preaching about the entire time. It's like, oh no. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I remember once hearing this theory that
it's not their fault. It was not their fault at all. There was no conspiracy or anything like that. There was no stabbing in the back. It was just an excuse, and unfortunately, there were small accuracies. So how do you make people swallow a lie? You put just enough truth in it.
Yeah, the conspiracy that I've heard because they believe that the Jews essentially made America get involved in the war.
Yeah.
By making a deal with them for an exchange of Palestine.
Yeah, and it's just none of that's true. But yeah, that gets into all kinds of messy stuff. That'd take. There's way more history and intricate stuff to go in with. Like, it's not as clear cut as good guys v bad guys. It never is. History is very complicated and messy, and how things rise and how things happen. And it's beautiful. I love history, but it gets frustrating because people want it to be simple because people can understand simple. Simple can be quantified and is easy to understand and easy to affect change with, but that's not how life works.
Hey, sorry, just quickly. Remember earlier when I changed the difficulty back down to normal, and I was like, shit, these soldiers are still kicking the shit out of me? The change didn't actually go in. I've been on hard the whole time. That explains why I've been having so much trouble with everything. I'm, like, dying to...
Well, there you
you
go.
should be playing on hard. You're a hardcore gamer, right?
Yeah.
No.
Remember,
Yeah. League gamer.
we're hardcore gamers, right? And we have a disease that can't be cured. And, oh, man.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I was going to say it, but I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. Fuck, you need to be taken out of the 40K community because you're complaining that it's not perfect.
And I don't know everything.
Yeah, you're right. I am very toxic. I'm just toxic and entitled because Games Workshop is just a small indie company after all. You know, they're just trying their best, giving us all a good product, and we shouldn't expect their rules to be good, to be perfect the first time. You know, they only have like 30 years of design experience. That maybe they're still trying to figure out good business practices.
We had to deal with the obvious arguments during the Oxhorn video.
Yeah.
Literally the entire video is, you shouldn't expect something perfect. It's toxic fans who are complaining about these games. I'm not against criticism, but here's why all these critics are terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason why it's so different with 40K though, I see, is that because the company is, you know, it's not a $60 game, it's like a massive spanning product that people collect over multiple years, and then Games Workshop frequently screws over the people that, you know, follow their hobby the most fervently.
And, by the way, Creetosis, I just to say, sorry, I know we kind of broke the whole no political rule.
That's
sorry.
fine.
It's just, again, history fascinates me, and I love going into how way more intricate and how way more amazing history actually is. But I just also get frustrated when people are like, but no, it's this way. It's like, no, it's not. It really is.
So I just want to make clear quickly, there isn't like a rule against political talk on the channel. I just keep it out of the Discord server because it leads to a shit show pretty quickly.
I've been waiting for you.
That's true. But I figure for me, I feel like I'm being hypocritical, so I guess I'll try to keep it down from doing that. I love history. It's one of the biggest things I majored in. I love history.
Yeah, that's fair.
Especially World War I, because it does not get enough credit, and it is an amazing thing to learn about, and it is way more interesting than people really know it.
Also, on another note with the whole entitled gamers thing, I actually used to have a friend, and he used to frequently play with me, but because I was too critical of Games Workshop, and because at the time the game was in such a shockingly bad meta state, I just absolutely hated it and got pretty frustrated that all my armies felt useless apart from Space Marines at the time, because, you know, it was just that badly balanced.
Yeah.
He essentially refused to ever play with me again, because he thought that any criticism I had leveled against Games Workshop, and me being frustrated at my factions becoming useless, was apparently a toxic behavior.
Wow. Yeah, that's, again, we criticize because we love. That's
exactly.
If you didn't care, you would literally just leave. Like,
yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
Like, I don't want to get better. I just want to leave.
Exactly, because I know that you know, the IP and its game could probably be the best in the genre, but Games Workshop just continuously shows incompetence or lack of caring.
Yeah, and it's really, really depressing.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why people hate on the new Star Wars so much because they know Star Wars can be great, but then they're frustrated just how mishandled it frequently is.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's the case with a lot of things. Like, I've always despised the "you're a toxic hater" argument because that's so reductive to the overall discussion. There's so much more to the whole like discussion of, hey, this thing is good or this thing isn't good, or you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, as other people are pointing out here, more towards history, there's a lot of these countries that we think of that are great that thought fascism might be the way to go because it worked so well in certain other countries. And I don't mean Germany. I mean Germany too, when it turned around and people were blown away by how much Germany turned around, but Italy as well. So the US and the UK also thought, you know what, there might be something to this. So don't forget, it's not just like it's always a horrible thing. There are great things that will get you to be like, hey, that might not be such a bad idea. It is a bad idea, guys. It's a very, very bad idea. We have found out why it's a very bad idea, but it looks beautiful on the surface, and that's what draws people in and what makes it so easy for it to spring up. Because on the surface, it looks great. Then you start digging a little bit deeper, and that's when all the bad stuff is.
Oh yeah. Also, I just want to say Doom 3 was pretty amazing. It was actually the first Doom game I played, and it left a pretty good impression on me.
For me, I hated Doom 3. I was one of the people that did not like it. Yeah, and because I was a big player of Doom and Doom 64 and stuff like that, so Doom 3's complete change of pace. Again, because of Half-Life. Wow, it's like Half-Life 2 was actually really influential.
Yeah,
Even in some cases where it maybe shouldn't have been.
Yeah, and again, I totally get why, because Half-Life 2 really changed the game, so I understand, but it's like, oh, id, why'd you do it?
The thing I liked about
It's not bad.
Doom 3 was that every encounter kind of felt pretty significant because of the increased enemy health and also the fewer enemies on the screen.
Yeah.
It wasn't as much of a horde shooter as what Doom was.
Yeah, and I much preferred the horde shooter, but I much preferred it more in the Blood style. Like, Blood is one of my favorite shooters of all time.
Did you enjoy Doom Eternal?
Yes, but I hated the DLC.
Did you hate the story or the just the gameplay?
The gameplay, because they went Plutonia with the gameplay in the DLC, and fights were ridiculously drawn out and horde spammy. And I was playing on ultra violence. That's what I did the base game on and everything too.
I played it on Nightmare, and yeah, it was really hard.
Yeah, and it was hard, not in the good way of hard, where I had to think through these situations. Hard in the, would you stop summoning fucking cyber demons, please, for God's sake?
Archviles.
Yes. It's like, this is the 4th cyber demon in this same encounter. Please stop.
Yeah, I felt like I actually really enjoyed the first DLC, but that was only because I'm like a sucker for extremely hard games.
Yeah.
Like I tend to be the type of person who always plays everything max difficulty often the first time I'm playing it if I expect to only play it once. And I really enjoyed the difficulty of the Ancient Gods Part 1, but there were some segments that really pissed me off. In particular, the final segment with the final boss battle where you have to fight 2 spirited demons was absolutely obnoxious.
I didn't get to the end of, I couldn't do the end of the Ancient Gods. So I got to the cube boss, and that's where I literally about blew a fucking blood vessel on stream.
Oh, the cube boss. Yeah,
Yeah.
I found out with that boss, the best thing you can do is just ignore all the other demons and just circle straight around the arena, just dashing every second.
Yeah,
It's a badly designed fight.
I would have done that, but the fact that they slow when the cubes hit,
Yeah.
and that is when I'm like, there's this little thing called restraint, guys. Restraint isn't a bad thing, okay? It's knowing when too much is too much.
Yeah.
You
And
didn't
now
have
imagine
this
playing that on
problem.
Nightmare.
Yeah, it's like you didn't have this problem in the base game. What happened?
Mm. I think one of the biggest problems with Doom Eternal is the fact that the game was deliberately designed around hot swapping as a mechanic to greatly increase your damage
Oh,
output,
and
and it kind of like assumed all players had mastered this by the time of the DLC.
yeah, and I hadn't got to the speedrunner level of hot swapping that apparently it wanted. I could hot swap, which is how I would switch to the marksman scope on the machine gun, pop off like Arachnotron's fucking zappy laser, and then get him in quick with a blood punch and blow him apart, and switch over to the ballista and fire, and then switch back and forth. I was not up to the fucking switching between four weapons, hot swapping nonsense.
Yeah, for me, most of my damage output that's just really reliable is to just constantly switch between the super shotgun and the ballista, because they're right next to each other, and you can they also time pretty well because once you fire the super shotty and then you fire the ballista, the super shotty's ready to fire again. Personally, I kind of think that they just shouldn't have had that as a feature in the game at all and should have balanced it around that, because it honestly just creates this really weird situation of where every single enemy is a bullet sponge unless if you do that.
Yeah, which is what drove me insane. I just couldn't. I was getting to the point where I'm just like, I'm on my last nerve here, and then I did the cube boss fight, and I was like, okay, I killed one cube, thank God the boss fight's over, and then I saw two cubes come up, and I was like, it's like, okay, yeah, I about blew a gasket there, guys, I gotta stop.
Yeah. I think the final boss was what was something that I got just exhausted by the end of. Thank God there were checkpoints in the final boss between each of the three phases, or else I don't think I would have finished it on Nightmare. I probably would have dropped it down to Ultra Violence and felt very guilty because I hate dropping the difficulty.
Why did they change the name of the Cyber Demon to Tyrant in the Doom Eternal? It's because Cyber Demon was a very specific one, but everybody knows when you say Cyber Demon exactly what you're talking about. Exactly what enemy you're talking about. They know you mean the Tyrant. They fucking big Minotaur.
Yeah, they're like baby cyber demons.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the final boss fight against the big bad, or well, not really big bad, but I don't want to spoil the name of the character in case anyone hasn't played it. But you fight two demons that have spirits inside of them, and so they move extremely fast, have huge amounts of health, and whenever you kill one of them, you have to Ghostbuster it pretty much immediately, or else the new one will come out, or else another one will come out and it'll go inside the new one. You have to kill it all over again. And it was like the only time I used the BFG in the expansion. Because I actually was playing it on Nightmare, no BFG up until that point, because I'm just that much of a masochist.
I also want to say, the Unmaker pissed me off because I came from Doom 64, where the Unmaker was amazing, was one of the best things ever, and then to get the Unmaker in Doom Eternal, and it's one of the biggest wet noodle floppy fucking BFGs I have ever seen. I'm just like, are you serious?
Yeah, personally, I don't like super weapons in Doom Eternal. Like, I actually don't like using the BFG. I always feel bad when I use it because it's like, all of a sudden, you have this deliberately handcrafted combat encounter, and then you just shove that wave away by using a shot from the BFG. And it's not as powerful as it was in other games, like Archviles won't be instantly killed from it, but it's like, when I played through my Nightmare playthrough, I tried not to use the BFG or the other thing. What was it called? I forget the name of it. Oh, the Crucible blade. I
What?
try not to use those either.
What's funny and people ask me, it's like, do you think Doom Eternal is a good game? Yes, but I prefer Doom 2016.
I like the enhanced movement of Doom Eternal. I don't like the hot swapping stuff and the meta that it creates and the intentional design around it.
What was weird was in Mahler's Discord, there was just this guy who's a diehard Doom Eternal fanboy, and they will talk about Doom Eternal every single millisecond they can get, and they're like, "Oh, you just don't want to play Doom Eternal again because you're a hater and you actually hate the game and you're lying to yourself." So I'm like, what the fuck are you on? It's like, I am happy just playing Doom Eternal once. I got my enjoyment out of it. I don't need to replay it. It's like, no, but replaying it is the point of the game. It's like, no. Okay, no.
Well, you do improve as you play it, but I mean that depends on on if you care at improving your skills at Doom Eternal. Like it's
Yeah,
not
it's
like
like,
a multiplayer game.
I didn't play the master levels, okay? I didn't care to play the
Mm.
master levels. I played the base game, and I enjoyed the base game. But I got my fun out of it, and I was like, yeah, it was good. I can recommend Doom Eternal. It's a good game. But I prefer Doom 2016. It's the game I go back to and play every now and then. I will actually replay it.
Yeah, Doom Eternal's story also ended up being pretty disappointing as well.
Yeah, though I will say, getting an actual boss fight with the Icon of Sin, because he gets a lot of build up in the old Doom games, but he's a really lame boss fight in the old Doom game. But actually getting to fight the Icon of Sin was pretty fucking cool.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't mind the story of Doom Eternal too much. It was the Ancient Gods that kind of disappointed me, especially part 2, because it kind of just rushed through a whole heap of plot points that would have been pretty interesting if they had spent the time on them that they needed.
No, there's a better meme for that. King Roo. King Roo says, "Nah, man, Doom 2016 is a game for people with small PP. Doom Eternal is game for people with big PP." No, there's a better meme for that. The Virgin Doom 2016 fan versus the Chad Doom Eternal enjoyer.
Exactly. You know, like just having that dash button opens up so many more possibilities for combat.
Yeah, I do agree with that, and it's like stuff like that would have been cool in 2016. But I just feel like 2016 is so tightly fucking crafted. It's beautiful.
It is, yeah.
Like every encounter is so well thought through. I love Doom 2016.
I am genuinely curious where the series is going to go from here.
I am
Like, if
too,
it's-
because Tag 1 wasn't well received. Because Tag in general wasn't well received. The Ancient Gods wasn't as well received as they wanted. You know what I mean? Like the thing I showed on my stream was the fact that like there were Tag 1's very first level had a 0.2% clear rate when I did it. I was like, that's not a good sign. This DLC's been out for a while, guys.
yeah,
it's like,
I just
to be
so
fair,
I didn't finish it.
yeah, and it's like, to be entirely fair, that is counting everybody that bought Doom Eternal, not just people that bought Tag to do it. But it's like you had that few still. That's a really small number.
Yeah, I noticed that not a lot of people finish single player games. It's kind of funny actually. People will spend thousands of hours on multiplayer games, but won't spend like 6 hours to finish a single player game.
Well, it's because of the social aspect. That's what makes MMO so good. It's the social aspects of it.
Yeah, I've lately been playing Dead by Daylight with a group of friends and been having a lot of fun with that. And we take turns playing killer, or we just team up as a 4-man against the killer in matchmaking. And it can be quite funny. Like a lot of my friends are really low rank, so there's a lot of unintentional comedic moments where someone will like teabag in front of the killer, and the killer just chases them for like 5 straight minutes and can't get them. And you know, I'm like doing the generator like 10 feet away from the killer, and just so determined to get that one guy that they ignore me.
Yeah, because he was shit talking. He's like, he gotta go.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, I really love DVD. The major issue I have with it though is that some killers definitely feel overpowered still, and I think that I think that the perk system is getting pretty bloated, and there's a lot of useless perks in the game. I'd say probably about half the perks in the game are terrible.
Yeah. Let's see. I want to get Creetosis in some stuff too, because this is his stream, so let's get him into some talky talks here.
Yeah, I feel a bit awkward, like, not saying anything, but they're not really discussions I can get involved in. Because
That's what I mean, and
but I
feel
don't
bit
mind
awkward
you guys,
because
like, talking about Warhammer or Dead by Daylight or whatever else. Like, that's
yeah,
fine.
but it's your stream. That's why I want to like make sure they're here for you. This is your audience, so let's get them in. You in here. They want to see you more than us.
Oh yeah, actually, here's something I'm wondering about. I wonder if Angry Joe ever regrets giving Fallout 4 a 10 out of 10.
It's just funny you mentioned that. Me and Creetosis and Pagan were talking about Joe before the stream.
Oh really? What is his name?
Yeah, well, it's because I used to work for him. I was the writer for the Angry Joe show for a while.
Whoa, really?
Yeah. And
Wow.
so I got to know a lot of the behind the scenes stuff. I don't have a lot of kind things to say, unfortunately.
Oh,
I have
dear.
some kind things to say. Because the persona he puts on when he does games and he's that passionate and animated and everything, that is legitimately him. That's not an act. He is that kind of excitable and everything. And that was refreshing at first. Wears off really quick when you're trying to get a critical like viewpoint on something. That sort of thing like starts to wear thin when it's like, no, Joe, you need to understand there are some big flaws here. Yeah, but I had fun with it. That doesn't matter, Joe. There's some big problems here we gotta talk about.
Ah, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, he's not the type to give very critical critique. Like, he may not see gaping flaws in a game's design because he enjoyed on his first playthrough without considering the design implications and such.
Yeah, but he can if he didn't enjoy himself. He then suddenly it's like a gear shift. He can totally pick out everything.
Yeah, I can imagine a lot of people have that issue though. To me, I think Angry Joe is probably just an ordinary guy who got in first, and he was charismatic enough on the YouTubes that he managed to get a following from that. I don't know if people as popular if he started up today.
He isn't fake either. Like that's a big thing. He's a hypocrite. We can go into that at some point, but he isn't fake. Like that persona, people think it's a persona, him being all animated and everything. No, that is actually him. So, and that's very refreshing. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of people that try to fake it till you make it, sort of thing. But no, he's legitimately that way. So again, like I said, that's refreshing. But when you gotta talk about the not good things and something that he likes, that's when it gets rough.
Yeah, personally, I think I actually like Alex's reviews more. He seems more eloquent than what Angry Joe is.
Oh, you've got a super chat.
Oh, from Alien again with that fucking hilarious icon. Favorite genre? Is there any genre that you like? RPGs are my favorite. I like specifically, I really love the Bethesda style RPG. I just wish that they made them well again, you know? Morrowind is my all-time favorite game for a reason. I wish there was more Morrowinds. I wish there were more Fallout New Vegases. But besides that, I also like JRPGs, Legend of Dragoon and Breath of Fire 3. After RPGs, I'd say first-person shooters and I guess building games like Valheim or even Minecraft. Something just ticks with me when it comes to the building games.
Let's see. Another good one. Okay, Creetosis, question time. You mentioned Starbound wasn't that great compared to Terraria. May I ask why you feel that way about it? I'll give some feedback in on this too. So,
Starbound Game of the Year. I'm joking.
Yeah, I saw that comment. I was wanting to read it off, but I didn't want to interrupt you guys. I was going to wait until you guys were done. So, where to begin? I'm gonna do a video on Starbound at some point too, just because there is so much to talk about. But they overpromised. There's so much that they promised initially when they announced Starbound, and they just didn't make most of it. It was supposed to be like Terraria in space, but it's like a worse version of Terraria. They're going on about their dark and mature writing, and the story is okay. If I were to explain what the story is, there would be nothing else for you to gain from playing the story, because a bare description of the story spoils the whole thing. It's literally an explanation of the entire game. The Earth gets destroyed. You have to do a bunch of dungeons to get the magic Chaos Emeralds to fucking open the portal. You meet a special character from each race, and they go back to the Way Shrine or whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. And then you kill the evil being that God sacrificed himself to lock away. And that's the end of the game. That's literally the entire story. All these dipshit NPCs are worthless. All the lore is fucking garbage. Like, to give an impression of how poorly put together the story is, the bosses themselves drop their lore books just describing what they are. You don't learn about them in advance. There's no build up to these bosses. They seem to exist because it's a video game and there needs to be bosses in a video game.
But Creetosis, my giant crystal in a crystal mine that makes zombies, apparently. It's like, what?
Yeah. The one boss that you can't just slap with a sword until it dies, and yeah, it's fucking garbage.
Because you have to, if you want to do it even remotely quickly, you have to take damage. And I'm just like, this is so shit. Whereas Terraria, its bosses are a highlight of the experience. Oh. They are great.
The bosses are
clever.
Fucking amazing. Like, that's another thing I have to point out. Starbound is so shittily put together that the bosses can only exist in, like, a pre-made arena. You can't build anything in there. You can't destroy any blocks. They can only function properly in this arena. In Terraria, you can fight the bosses fucking wherever for the most part. Like, yeah, you can't fight Wall of Flesh on the surface, but even then, you know, you can modify the environment around. You actually have to build a road through hell to even fight the Wall of Flesh, and that's like such a great fight. But then you have to deal with the golem and the mechanical bosses, and oh, it's just so good. And Plantira, holy shit.
My favorite thing was when somebody asks you, what are you doing in Terraria? When you're down in hell, and they just see you slowly and carefully, like, smoothing things out, and you're building these long platforms. Like, what are you doing? It's like, I'm building a highway. It's like, why? It's like, oh, it's a highway in hell. Why? It's because, I'm gonna need it.
I'm building infrastructure for the,
It goes from one end of the map to the other. What do you mean you're gonna need it? Trust me, I'm gonna need it.
I'm building infrastructure for the less fortunate.
Yes. And then they see you throw a doll down into the lava, and they're like, what'd you do that for? Holy God, what is that?
Man, I fucking love Terraria. I still haven't killed Moonlord. I have to do that.
I haven't played in a long time. The last time I played was when they only just put in the hard mode after you kill the Wall of Flesh.
Really? It's been that long?
Yes, it has been an eternity since I've done Terraria.
Oh my god, we're gonna have to play that at some point. We could probably stream it. Because there are so many more bosses now. Like, there's the mechanical bosses. Like I said, the Plantira fight is... You have to mine out a massive, like, arena in the jungle. And the jungle gets so much harder as the game progresses. And
by the way, I just want to cut off real quick. Buzzard, that is the song every single person I have ever seen plays the moment they start fighting the wall of flesh. On a highway to hell. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. Meanwhile, you know, the fucking, what is it? The shark minigun I have is going brrrr the entire time I'm running backwards going, oh god, oh god, oh god. Don't kill me. Yeah, if you want to do that, Creetosis, I'm totally down for that. It's just, there's been a lot of other games that occupy my time quite significantly, like Space Station 13.
Oh, trust me, I know. I picked up
Really
Stardew Valley recently, and I put so much fucking time into that game. Holy shit.
Again, though, I should emphasize that everybody played that song before the DMCA claims went insane. So, like I said, I hadn't done it since way back in the day. Way back when. With new whip weapons and a whole new mechanic where they added dozens of new animals on the game that you can collect. Yeah, that's the thing I've loved about Terraria is they're still making it. Even when they say we're done making it, they're like, well, maybe just one more update. Well, maybe just another update. Like,
They've said they're done making it like 5 or 6 different times, and then they come out with another update.
That's what I mean. They keep doing it.
I'm not even positive that Moonlord is even going to be the final boss, because they could still come out with something out of nowhere.
And it could be like, and now that the moon falls from the sky, and suddenly you're fighting the world tree or something like that. Like, we're truly in the apocalypse now. The world tree. Creetosis, thoughts on the RimWorld update?
I haven't played it yet. I've actually been meaning to stream more of RimWorld 2. I've got to be honest. I can only play RimWorld on like one of the first 2 easy difficulties. I can't remember which it is. Whatever I streamed it at was fucking kicking my ass. I'm terrible at managing stuff.
I really got to get you in Space Station 13. Holy shit.
So, just to bring this back to Half-Life for a minute, I'm sure blowing up these explosives right next to a rocket is perfectly fine. It's not going to cause any trouble at all.
Well, it's because it's not a... Yeah, it's a rocket, and there's rocket fuel and everything like that, but it's not a, whatchamacallit. It's not a warhead. This isn't a missile. That comes later.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that section, every time every first player I've ever seen gets to that section, even if they've only ever played Black Mesa because they weren't alive for the original Half-Life, and they come into Black Mesa and you see that section and they're like, what? Who the hell put up all these trip mines around a nuclear warhead? What is wrong with you? It's like, I don't know. Someone went crazy here. Creetosis, are you interested in recommending Abe's Oddworld? Even though I know you meant Abe's Odyssey, are you interested in recommending that?
Recommending it? Yeah, I recommend Abe's Odyssey and Abe's Exodus.
I will be a hot take here, but I actually I don't know if it's a hot take or not. New and Tasty ain't so good, unfortunately.
I only played a bit of it, but I didn't stick with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with New and Tasty that I can't remember who does, but there's a guy that goes into intricate detail about why New and Tasty is way worse than the original, and it's actually pretty fucking astounding.
I also I remember that Soulstone also came out pretty recently too.
Yeah, I haven't played it though because I wasn't a fan of New and Tasty, so I was like, I don't know.
I like the new art style.
I don't, because it actually works against them. Sorry, for New and Tasty, I don't like the new art style because it works against everything the original game was trying to point out.
Mm.
Like, Rupture Farms does not look like the dirty, dingy, awful, horrible place it's supposed to, which is weird.
Oh yeah, yeah, and it's Soulstorm. I know Soulstorm tends to have a much more mature looking art direction. Like, a lot of the creatures look very highly detailed.
The reason I haven't touched Soulstorm myself is because of Epic exclusivity. That pissed
Oh
me
yeah,
off.
no,
That's
I won't touch that then. Yeah, I will not touch any game that's Epic exclusive. Hell no.
If it
I
comes,
will wait.
yeah, if it comes off of exclusivity, I will. But if I must like purchase it on. 1 second.
Yeah, I know you're doing the Rocky tunnel.
Oh, I hit the wrong button there.
You should check the wiki on it. It's the final update. Again, they keep saying, Ferrari keeps saying this is the final update, and then they keep not being the final update. So it's one of those, like, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
Alien says, ass or boob?
Why not both?
Ass or boobs?
Yeah, I'm very much in favor of both, but I am a boobs guy, 100%.
Same.
I like the boob. I know I'm in the minority, but my first Oddworld game was Munch's Odyssey, and I tried to get into the first two games. I just couldn't get into them. I like Stranger's Wrath, however. Munch's Odyssey is a game that gets maligned a lot, but it isn't that bad. There's issues. It has a lot of issues, but it's not a bad game.
I got pretty far into it when I played it way back on the first Xbox, but I never finished it. My first one was... Okay. Don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. Abe's Exodus, the second one.
Yeah.
That's the first one I played, and... Okay. Funny story. I never dealt with multi-disc games on PlayStation before. That was a new concept to me. So I got to the end of disc 1, it's like, oh, well, you're not supposed to open the console while it's on. You're not supposed to... I'll just turn it off, put the second disc in, then start the game back up. Then it was like, you don't have a save on disc 2. You have to get here from disc 1. It's like, what? But I beat disc 1. And then that's when I made the realization. I had to do that entire fucking climactic sequence of disc 1 all over again.
Oh dear, I bet that put a damper on things.
A little bit. But I still did it. Usually when stuff like that happens, I get pissed off and I don't touch it again for like a month or two. I got right back fucking into it and I enjoyed the fuck out of it. I love that game so much.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I wish there was more alien enemies to fight in Half-Life 2. I know why there isn't story-wise, but it would have been so cool. I do agree. I wish there was more, but it does make sense in story-wise. Like, the Combine literally put the fucking boot to them. It makes absolute sense why there isn't. I know I shouldn't care, but I hate when someone plays... Ooh, good save on that fucking trip line.
Ooh.
I know I shouldn't care, but I hate when someone plays Half-Life for the first time, completely ignores the dialogue, and then complain about how they don't know what's going on, and it's too confusing, yeah.
That's annoying with any game, though. Like, you see some Let's Players or whatever, where they'll do a game and they're either talking to each other or just not paying attention, they're jumping around a zone for like a half hour, and it's like, what the fuck do I do? And it's literally on screen. Do this objective, do this thing, do this really simple fucking thing. And it's like, oh my god, we've been in this room for 30 minutes, what the fuck are you supposed to do? Meanwhile, everyone's having like a conversation, completely ignoring the game.
Yeah.
That's like a classic.
That always drives me nuts. It's like, what am I supposed to do? It's like, did you not pay attention to the 3 different NPCs that were trying to tell you to go over there? Please.
I'm pretty sure Game Grumps did that once. I used to watch them back when before all the talent left.
Yeah.
But
God, it's just one of those things. It hurts when you see it because you know they don't do it. Well, in most cases they don't do it maliciously. There are some cases where I watch people like actively do it on purpose, and I'm just like, are you fucking serious?
one of my favorite examples, and it was done intentionally as a joke, was Oni plays with Cuphead, because they were mocking the tutorial, the game journalist who couldn't get through the tutorial, and they actually did a 15-minute video fucking around in the tutorial. Oh my god, I can't get past this barrier, what's going on? And then at the end of the video, they actually glitched straight through the fucking wall. And they all just immediately lost their shit. It was so good.
Yeah. See one video calling Half-Life 2 a bad sequel. That's a really hot take. That's a spicy hot take I've ever heard one.
I think I did see that. I think a lot of the criticisms for how the story of the first game didn't really seem to line up with the second game.
It's weird because it does. If you just listen to all the things that they're saying and what the people are actually doing, it's like, yeah, this makes sense. Again, the Vortigaunts are slaves, and you get some of that when you start getting into Zen. Not enough of it in the first game. But it starts like painting the puzzle. You start having to put these pieces together. That's what I like about Half-Life 1 and 2 is the story's not, you know, you're not, well, now you're in this cutscene, so let's explain some things to you. And I love
Well, it also has the escalation of plot too.
Yeah. Let's see. Creetosis, have you tried Super Smash Bros?
Yes, I have it for Switch, and let me just say, I am fucking terrible. I don't really play fighting games that much. Smash is a unique case for me, and even then, I don't play it that much. So
My
it's definitely
brother's in the top 4%.
I saw that fucking trip mine at the last second.
Reminds me of Mark not understanding how Doom Guy went to Doom Eternal World during the plot twist because Markiplier didn't know Doom 64 existed. He criticized the game for it as a plot hole. Yeah. Doom 64 is a game that a lot of people didn't realize existed. It is really good though. Highly, highly recommend Doom 64.
Yeah, I've heard it's good.
It is amazing, and it's like I love even CV11's playing. He's like, whoa, these aren't just like literal sprite swaps and like, you know, just retextures. They're actual effort and stuff put into this. What the fuck is this? Because he thought it was just literally a port of Doom to 64, as most people did, because of Nintendo's really stupid. It must have 64 in the name because of a Nintendo 64. And it's like, what? That has caused so many issues. But no, Doom 64 is literally a canonical Doom game with its own unique story and everything. It is not just a port of the original Doom to 64. It has its own weapons, its own mechanics, everything. The Unmaker comes from Doom 64.
Yeah, I believe at the end of Doom 64, Doom Guy decides to stay in Hell, so that way the demons won't ever attack Earth.
Yeah.
At least in this dimension.
Fun fact, Doom was originally meant to be a story-based game with multiple characters to choose from. Yes. It kind of lived on as that when we started getting into the Hexens and Heretics and stuff like that. That's when that kind of comes to fruition. Yes, CV11 is a true gem of a content creator.
Speaking of which, I saw his video recently on Cruelty Squad. Have you guys played that game? It's like a game that so many people are infatuated with these days.
It's because it's so good. Its gameplay is so fucking good, and it just looks like ass. Like they were so confident the gameplay was good, they intentionally made the game look shit. It's like, what? It's like, yeah, you can say the game looks shit. It 100% does look shit, but it actually plays so fucking good. It is weird.
Kinda makes me wonder if someone will ever make a mod that makes the game look pretty.
Yeah, who knows? I feel like that would kind of defeat the purpose, because now that's kind of its charm, its uniqueness, is that it looks ugly as sin.
What game was that?
It's called
Cruelty
Cruelty
Squad.
Squad.
Cruelty Squad. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it is a first-person shooter where you have objectives to complete, and you can complete them however you want.
Huh.
It just looks like it's gonna give you brain damage when you play it.
It's intentionally hideous.
Yeah. It is so weird. Like, again, they were so confident that they got the gameplay down, they made it hideous on purpose. And it works because there's nothing else that looks like it. Let's see. Secrets to get the Unmaker and Doom 64 are great. I agree too. Yes, like an Unmaker, you're like, oh, Unmaker, what's this? Oh, it's a laser that uses BFG ammo. Pass. It's really weak and stuff. It's like, nah, unless you upgraded it, which you would know if you got the demon keys and everything. When you upgrade it, yeah, it's probably the greatest weapon in all of Doom's arsenal ever. It is a real good. Let's see. Are you interested in Fire Emblem? Sorry. I don't know why he said sorry, but he's asking if you're interested in Fire Emblem.
Yeah, I don't need to be sorry if you're, like, asking what I'm interested in or what games I've played or whatever. It's nothing to apologize over. But, I've never played a Fire Emblem game.
Visuals look like you're high on meth, shrooms, and cocaine all at the same time. Yep, that's absolutely accurate for Cruelty Squad.
And part of me wonders if the game's world actually looks like that, or if it's, well, like, in canonical explanation, or if it's because the main character has been juiced full of combat drugs.
Yeah. I choose to believe it's because you are high out of your mind on combat drug.
Yeah, because no place would actually look like that.
Yes, it is an immersive sim. Like I said, you have your objectives, and it's up to you to complete the objectives any way you see fit within those levels. So, good luck.
What do you think of the upgrades and how they look?
I think the sheer weird, crazy shit you can do in that game, just in general, is fucking great.
I think the turbo thrusters and gunk boots are just the grossest things. Like one of my friends went into the house with the fishing guy, and he proceeded to just turbo boost all over the place, and just covering it in detritus, like green waste, and proceeded to sit on his head and then cover him in gunk. And then he grabbed him with the fishing rod, and his model spazzed out and started flying all over the room.
Let's see. Shuri says this. Like I Divine Cybermancy. Yes. Exactly. If you want another crazy LSD acid trip of a game, play I Divine Cybermancy, which was originally was going to be a Warhammer 40k game, but they couldn't get the license for it, so they just made it very Warhammer 40k-ish.
Isn't
Just
that
enough
funny?
difference, though, not to be 40k. And it was inspired because they had a very drug-fueled night of pen and paper RPG with Warhammer Dark Heresy.
Isn't it funny how they weren't able to get the license, but some shitty mobile developer can for something like Lost Crusade?
Because it's changed. It changed there for a bit, where Games Workshop was super litigious with its license, which is the whole Blizzard debacle, and how originally Warcraft was going to be Warhammer, Orcs, and Humans, which is, it was going to be the Empire of Man versus the Greenskins. And that was a whole fucking, like, man, oh man, they really should have just let them have it. That's a hindsight thing, because I understand this is a company that didn't ask your permission or anything. They literally just took the license. And then they come in and say, hey, we've got this, and we want it's your licensed stuff. Are you okay with it? And at first they're like, yeah, and they're like, wait a minute. No, let us get some quality control on this. Yeah. But, yeah, so then it turned into Then it turned for a while there because they were still that for a long time, where they're very litigious and very strict with their license because they don't want people fucking up the canon. Then, this is after I Divine Cyberman and everything, they're like, you know what? We could beat Warcraft if we flooded the market. It's like, no. Be more open with your license. Yes. Don't flood the market. Don't, because you're gonna get a lot of bet you flooded the market.
Yeah, and now there's shovelware 40k games everywhere.
Yeah. And now they're going back to being more litigious because most people are thinking about the shovelware awful 40k games. It's like, God damn it. Can you
Like,
not?
I had a friend that was praising 40k Lost Crusade the other day. It's another one of those timer-based games that is so light on strategy it practically plays itself. He's saying how much he loves meeting up with his clan and going on raids to other places, and it's like the players don't even participate in these raids. All it is just simply they've chosen to garrison some units there, or it's just randomly generated to attack some hub, and they steal resources from them if they win. And it's not like as if you're coordinating attacks like you would in a PvP match on StarCraft or something like that.
Yeah. Well, the good news when it comes to Divine Cybermancy is that it was such a good game and became such a cult classic that when Games Workshop became more open with their license, they got it and were able to make Necromunda a hired gun, and it is a fantastic 40k game.
Well,
There's
I heard there's a lot of jank.
There's a lot of jank. There is. But
I think
I'm okay with jank if they put that much heart and soul into it, because Divine Cybermancy was janky as fuck, dude.
I've been meaning to get that. I mean, I've been meaning to play that game. I have it because it looked interesting. It's one of those Steam sale games where you buy it and like you never touch it. I've been meaning to play Divine Cybermancy, just haven't gotten around to it.
Yeah, again, it is janktastic as fuck, but it is an enjoyable game.
something that I think is a really bad decision for hired gun is the fact that you can just execute enemies without dropping them to low health first.
Yes.
Like it's just hilarious. I watched the IGN review. And it was just a hilarious moment. There's like 8 guys all on a stairway, and he just one by one pushes the execution button, and they're just standing there waiting for their friend to get stabbed to death. Then he goes to do it for the other, like as if they're all lining up to get executed.
Yeah.
And he's gaining health every time he does it, so it's it's in his best interest as a player to actually do that and not shoot the enemies. Just run up to them and push the E button. It was really bad.
Let's see, since y'all are into Warhammer series, what are your thoughts on the Total War Warhammer games? I love them, but not for the reason you might think. Total War Warhammer 2. God, why couldn't they just call it Total Warhammer or something? Jesus. Anyways, Total War Warhammer 2. The reason I love that game because it's actually a good game. But the reason I love Total War Warhammer 1 game so much is it, along with Vermintide, proved to Games Workshop, hey, that market you fucked over because you thought nobody's into fantasy games anymore. They only want the Space Marines. So let's completely destroy Warhammer Fantasy and put fucking fantasy Space Marines in. Thank you so much for that.
Age of Sigmar.
I fucking hate Age of Sigmar so much. I despise Age of Sigmar so much because I love Warhammer Fantasy. That is my jam. That is one of my favorite settings of all time. But, so they killed it off unceremoniously and in the stupidest way possible. Nobody came out looking good in the way that fucking Warhammer Fantasy ended. Nobody. And it was really sad. Like, the Lizardmen, who are the faction I play the most, they just said, old ones don't know what to talk about, fuck it, we're leaving the planet. Like, what? Hold on.
They apparently left the planet in spaceships, and they came across a star dragon who cried tears that led them to their new home in the celestial realm, and they became the star demons or something like that.
Yeah, they oh boy.
Yeah, I'm not terribly familiar with the lore of Age of Sigmar apart from that.
It's really.
but I know I know that one of the worst things about it is that there's no like sense of place. It's mostly just a distorted connection between many different realms and esoteric forces that don't appear to have any limit to their numbers.
Yep. Which is really, really depressing, honestly.
Yeah.
Now, I have heard it's gotten better. I will totally admit, if it's gotten better, it's gotten better. And I'll be happy for that they've actually gotten better. But I remember the initial part of Age of Sigmar, the fucking dude bro. And if you're a dwarf army and you wear the same color as your minis and you have a beer in your hand, you can scream, "For my ancestors!" and you get to re-roll your dice. It's like, what is this fucking college frat boy fucking rule set? What is this nonsense?
I remember there was also one where it says that if you talk to this character, where it's like some mad count who has a horse, and if you talk to him, you get to re-roll your hit rolls. If he talks back, you get to re-roll your wound rolls as well.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's not in the game anymore, though. All that stuff's been removed. It now takes itself seriously.
Yeah,
And
thank
I think
God.
I think it's an okay wargame. My biggest problem is the whole double turn thing, because unlike other games of this genre, you don't just take your turn and then it's your opponent's turn. It's taken over a course of rounds. You both roll off. Whoever rolls highest gets to choose who goes first in that round. So if you go second in a round, in the next one you can go first. So that way you take 2 turns in a row. And this is nightmarish against shooting armies because they shoot you and blast you off the field, and then they all shoot you again in a row, and it just feels terrible. It happened to me in a tournament once. It really turned me off the game.
Yep. And the thing is that I was so upset because I love Warhammer Fantasy. Of the two settings, I love Fantasy way more than 40k. Because 40k is just so grimdark. It's pure grimdark. There's no hope in 40k. Everything sucks. Everything's miserable. And in fantasy, there are people living their lives. There are people happy. It's a medieval fantasy setting. Like, there's actual joy and festivals and good times. And, even when there's darkness, it makes the darkness feel that much more terrifying because there's actual, like, people being people, for God's sakes.
Yeah, too much grimdark just makes someone get completely desensitized to the grimdark. Like, you just always expect the worst outcome. In fact, it's actually weird when you see people show humanity for a change. That's what I think is something that is. I mean, there's something I will say about a lot of 40k literature. Like, there's a whole slew of books, but not a single one has really ever made me feel emotional. Which is kind of weird that I'm so attached to like the setting. Like, it's mostly the setting as lore that I enjoy, and the models and the game, as opposed to actually caring about the story and its characters. Because for the most part, they're incredibly shallow.
That's why I like stuff like the Eisenhorn series, or like, again, the one that it gets brought up as like the meme. I like Typhus Cain because it actually makes you care about a commissar, for God's sakes, of all people. And he is actually a brave dude. It's funny that he has such a fucking Napoleon complex. Or, no, not a Napoleon complex. What's the other one where he has imposter syndrome? That's what it is. Where he cannot admit to himself that he is actually brave and he is actually skilled. He can't do it. He feels like he's just fooling everybody and lying to everybody, even though he isn't. He is absolutely that skilled and that smart. He just doesn't think it's real because he thinks he's a coward.
Yeah. Also, James Padgwip, yeah, Dawn of War 3 was pretty terrible, unfortunately. It borrowed a lot. I think that one of the major issues was the fact that you started off with 3 massively powerful hero units at the start, and the battles essentially focused around these hero units and essentially creating little followers to spawn near them. And it very strongly heavily focused on MOBA elements. There was also other complaints too, like about the animations of how characters could just perform huge frontal flips in Terminator armor while wielding a thunder hammer, which looked kind of ridiculous. And also the art
because of that.
style was very bright and colorful too, compared to what we've seen in previous games. But the gameplay was especially bad.
It was because of that awful, awful book series where the Terminator was. He did it. He did it in the book, so now it was lore and canon. So now they could do it in the games. It's like, oh no,
Oh
back
dear, that's
flipping
bad.
Terminators. It's like, oh. God's Ghost is another one where it's fantastic because it actually getting rid of the limitless resources the Imperium of Man has. It getting rid of, like, God's Ghost being the first and only actually works so well.
Mm.
Because now every single character, if one of them dies, you feel it because you know there's no recovering. There's no other Tanith members left. Tanith is gone.
Oh, it was such a destroyed world.
Yeah. So this commissar is literally leading the last survivors of this world into battle constantly. But he's very good leader. And so because he's so good of a leader and he keeps these guys alive, they get more skilled, and now they become like heroes in their own right.
Yeah. Something I will say that I would really love to see out of the Warhammer setting, I would really like to see survival horror, because I think the setting is pretty much perfect for it. You have a whole
Yes.
slew of little tiny people that are surrounded by enormously powerful creatures like Tyranids, Orcs, Chaos Space Marines, and so on. And I think that having the change of pace or removing that power fantasy of playing as a Space Marine and, making you play is like a scared little person having to avoid these terrifying threats that are so much bigger than the player. I think that would be really interesting. I'd love to see that.
I would love to
Um,
see a game that takes a realistic perspective of the Imperial Guard in an actual battle. Like,
yeah, that would
imagine
be good
an
too.
actual fight. You're just a normal guardsman and you're fighting the Tyranids, for God's sakes.
Mm.
Good luck. The sheer body horror and just horrific things that would happen in that. And it would all be trench warfare because you have to set up trench defenses as best you can to survive against the living carpet of fucking Hormagaunts and Termagants and everything coming at you.
Yeah, speaking of which, I'm actually highlighting a Ptarmigan at the moment.
Nice.
It's got a little devourer.
But yeah, it's when we go back to it though. My favorite book series in the Warhammer collection of all time is a fantasy book, and it's a trilogy, so it's an omnibus. And it's Matthias Thulman, Witch Hunter, Witch Finder, Witch Killer,
Ah, I see.
and it follows a witch hunter of Sigmar named Matthias Thulman, and it is so fucking good. I love the Witch Hunters though. I'm a Witch Hunter fanboy. I can't help myself.
Yeah. Also, I think Darktide looks pretty good. The one thing that I was kind of sad about was that the first trailer really set the tone for, a kind of tense, small-scale kind of fight, or at least, you weren't going to be mowing through hordes of enemies, and it really kind of hit home that whole you're just little dudes fighting against a huge force kind of thing, because it actually looked legitimately atmospheric and perfect for a horror setting. But then in the next one, it's like as if they're just doing regular cleanup duty and this is just another day on the job.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, I do kind of wonder which they're going to go with. I guess it depends on what difficulty you're playing on.
yeah. I would understand if like you turn into that by the end of the game, because that's the thing that most people didn't realize in Vermintide is there's actually a storyline and clear progression. And it's just weird because people are like, it's a Left 4 Dead clone with swords. It's like it very much isn't.
Mm.
But yeah, it's like the thing about Left 4 Dead is every character in Left 4 Dead is identical. Hitboxes, everything. They look different, but they are the exact same move speed, the exact same hitbox, everything. There's nothing different about them. Very much not the case in Vermintide, and especially Vermintide 2. where classes and composition matters, especially on the harder difficulties. You're trying the harder difficulties, and you don't have somebody who's a tank, and you don't have somebody who's a support, and people that are DPS, you're in trouble.
Yeah, the thing that saddens me about Vermintide though, is that while it's a great series, I just think Skaven are too cute to kill. I don't want to hurt the cute little rat people.
I do not have that problem. I will slice and dice them to bits.
Oh no.
Yeah, if I know how horrible Skaven are in the lore and everything, I know how horrible they are. It's like, die. Just die. Give me the arsenic right now.
I have a Skaven army for my fantasy, although it's still, I haven't put it on the proper bases yet for Age of Sigmar. Does it need to be put on silver bases? I'm kind of scared to do it because I don't want to risk breaking them with the ankles.
No. You don't need to do that anymore. Square bases are coming back with the old world.
Yeah, so I've heard. It depends on how many people are actually going to play that though over here.
I know, I can't play the tabletop, but oh my god, the thing that it gives me hope for is that we might get... The game I think would sell really fucking well, I can't believe they've never done it, would be a Witcher-style game where you play as a witch hunter. Like, how... That would be fucking perfect.
Yeah, that's what I've always felt to be really sad about Games Workshop's properties. They have the potential for amazing stories and games, and they very barely ever get realized.
Yeah.
In fact, even something mediocre is just considered great because it's not crap.
Yeah.
It's kind of depressing to think that. It's kind of depressing, really, considering how wealthy the company is, and they still, choose generally pretty low-level companies to be the license holders, and it's still fairly niche as well.
Yeah. And again, I know this is going to be a hot take because there's a lot of people that, love Warcraft, but I think Warhammer is a way better universe than everything that Warcraft is.
Yeah, I kind of like, I think Warhammer Fantasy Battles is probably a little more grounded. I mean, I'm not really keen on the plot progression that's happened with World of Warcraft. Like, it seems like they've gone from something that was a reasonably grounded war between humans and orcs and an alliance of races, and they've just essentially gone into a battle of the gods kind of thing against, enormous Cthulhu-esque like threats, because that's, I guess, the only direction the game can go in now, after the players have pretty much fought so many different enemies of varying power levels.
That's the thing, is they've had old god shit since like vanilla, and I actually really like that kind of thing. My problem is I feel even in Warcraft it's way overused, like that's something, if you're going to do it in an MMO, that has to be a real slow fucking boil. And then we get Old God in vanilla, we get Old God 2 expansions later in Wrath of the Lich King, low. Then in again in Cataclysm. The Old Gods weren't actually a boss in Cataclysm, but they're behind everything. Then you get Pandaria, and they have an Old God too. And then was Legion after? Yeah, I think Legion was after Pandaria, and that one was back to the demons. So finally, we got a break from the fucking Old Gods.
It was Pandaria, Warlords, then Legion, right?
Oh, yes, you're right. I completely forgot about Warlords. Man, fuck Warlords.
Oh, don't worry. Most people wish they could.
I was so hyped for Warlords. That was one of the last things I was ever hyped for, because it was like, holy shit, we get to see Outland before it's Outland. Outland before it gets, like, fucked up beyond all repair. Like, beyond all recognition from what it used to be. And then they fucked it up beyond all repair in a different way. Warlords of Draenor is... God, I hate it so fucking much.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I don't know which is worse these days, Blizzard or Games Workshop. They're both terrible.
Blizzard, but that's just because Big Pop Activision was showing them the way to being truly fucking horrible.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that they're a bigger company as well, with more revenue and expand larger scale operations. So that gives them the freedom to be worse or expose themselves to more people.
Let's see. Fun fact: the Warhammer Bretonia army are actually made Games Workshop collab with historical medieval wargame company. Ooh.
Interesting.
Explains Warhammer Fantasy is a lot more grounded.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that explains why Bretonians didn't really get that much support, like in the later editions of Fantasy Battle.
It might have been, but look at how little support Fantasy Battles got in general, which is why it died off.
Yeah, Fantasy Battles apparent.
They were like, nobody like really wants to play this game. It's like, no, we absolutely do. You haven't done like any new models, any new books, nothing in ages. Like, what is happening? God,
I think
nobody
that
supports this game. It's like,
I think that there are multiple problems to playing Fantasy. Fantasy was even more time consuming than what 40k was, and also a lot more complicated. Even just figuring out how to move your units would cause a lot of arguments on the table, in my experience.
Yeah, so I feel like that's not as big of an issue as it's made out to be. It's obviously an issue. I won't say it's not. But it's just one of those things where it's like, guys, this is something that can be solved. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. They could always solve it with by re-releasing the game system, but they didn't have to destroy the old world. Like hell, they could have just released Age of Sigmar as like a new edition of regular Warhammer Fantasy Battles and just changed the rules.
All they needed to do was say that like, you have now died as a loyal servant of Sigmar. This could be the way they pitch it. You've died as a loyal servant of Sigmar, and you awake after being carried through the gates of death by Mor himself. You stand before Sigmar, and now you're in the dead realms where the gods fight eternally and stuff like that. They easily could have done this.
Yeah.
And kept the two of them separate.
Something I will say though is that the models for Age of Sigmar have been pretty gorgeous. They have a lot of freedom when designing the creatures of Age of Sigmar because Warhammer is pretty restrictive. Like it's all like a lot of people already have their notions of what each aesthetic for the different factions looks like, and they're kind of like very limited within working with those. Plus, the series is very human centric, so there's not that much in the way of like alien species, unless if they introduce an entirely new model range, and that would be, well, I mean, that's going to be pretty costly.
Apparently the Lizardmen are going to finally get a new model update, because, oh my god, the amount of models that are just the old, ancient ones, like...
Yeah.
So, hey, that's good news. I'm looking forward to that.
It is. I think if I was to pick a second army to play, I probably would pick Lizardmen. Beasts of Chaos would have been another one for obvious reasons, since my little critters are goat, but they really are not good in the actual game.
Creetosis still here?
Yeah, I'm still alive.
Okay, my stream is saying, no bueno. Hold on, I gotta refresh. I'm getting the spinning circle of death. Apparently I'm not the only one because the numbers dropped there a bit.
Oh yeah, James Pegwick also asks, have you guys watched Hellsing Ultimate?
Yes.
That's one, again, I'm not a big fan of anime, and that is one of the anime I actually enjoyed.
I think Hellsing Ultimate had some great animation. I really liked its art style, but I did not like the story or the characters. I think what I actually enjoyed so much more was the, especially since that the main character practically is completely invulnerable. You never get any sense that he's ever in danger, and he's not terribly fun to have on screen. So to me, he's just completely flat and boring and unkillable. Almost like a wish fulfillment of whoever designed him. My character is the best. He can kill anything and can't die. But
I am 100% okay with that. It's how it's handled. Again, One Punch Man with Saitama is the go-to example for me. Or even better, Mob from Mob Psycho 100, of having a character who is indestructible, cannot die, and how do you deal with that? There has to be more around it.
Yeah. When it comes, but personally, I actually really like the Abridged series.
Yes.
The Abridged series of Hellsing Ultimate, like they actually made Alucard an interesting character, and I actually thought he was hilarious in that series because it's one thing to have an overpowered character with no humor whatsoever, and is in my opinion pretty unlikable. It's another thing to make him like some kind of arsehole that's somehow really lovable at the same time, and he's just really funny to have on screen. He just owns every scene he's in.
Let me just finish. Okay, there we go.
My
Yeah, for Hellsing Ultimate, I like the earliest episodes best. The later you get into the show, especially the last few episodes, it just feels like the characters are monologuing at each other, and
yeah,
it seems like it's trying too hard to be deep. Like,
yep.
no offense to the show, but I mean that's what it feels like watching it. Not a fan of that.
It's funny. My favorite character is the captain in Hellsing Ultimate. I can't help myself. I just love the werewolf. He's so fucking good.
I've been watching the English dub of Beastars recently, and it's pretty decent, but I will say that, my god, some of the dialogue in that show feels unnatural.
Well, it's because, again, they do the thing I don't like when they try to lip sync. I hate.
Oh,
I
it's not
know.
just that, it's the,
I know they
it's the
try.
actual, it's like what they say, the words they chose, and like, I don't know a
I
single
know, but I
person
mean,
that think like that.
they try to lip sync it so they get words that are close enough, but still kind of tangentially fit. It's just like, it doesn't work, guys. Stop, please.
Yeah.
Stop.
The characters just always wax on way too poetically, and there's just some really bizarre scenes.
Well, don't worry, because the normal circles that I run in, I have a very big hot take on Beastars. I think the ending of Beastars, the manga and everything, is shit.
Oh dear.
I think it's absolute garbage. And it
I'm
actually
not
annoys
familiar.
me because they actually, like, there's so much potential, and it's all ruined.
Oh dear, what do they do?
Legoshi gets another superpower at the last second, which is like, okay, I was okay with the meat thing. It's fine, whatever. He gets another superpower at the last second, and then he stops the literal Beastars universe Joker, and he's like, it's okay, Joker. It's okay to be sad, but I'll be here and be sad with you. And he's like, oh, that's so sweet. And then the Joker has fans and stuff like that now that he's in prison for life, and the herbivores are correct. It's okay to manipulate, gaslight, and destroy carnivore lives because they're dirty carnivores. It's like, that's a weird message. Okay. The whale that ended the Great War between herbivores and carnivores, how he did it, doesn't explain. Doesn't need to be explained, does it? Yeah, I kind of want to know how you stopped World War fucking Beast from happening. How you stopped it. Because the carnivores were winning very, very badly. And there's just so much wrong. There's so many things. Like, I don't think they realized the message that they unintentionally said, that it was okay to gaslight people, to purposely starve people, and to tell them that when they're hungry, they're wrong and terrible people. That's a bit weird, because this isn't like, again, it's not a human allegory. I hate when people are like, Beastars is an allegory for the real world. It isn't. This physically doesn't work. Because they're like, yeah, the carnivores are black people. It's like, no. Black people don't need meat to survive, okay? This
They
isn't...
also don't eat white people.
Yes, it's like, what is wrong with you? It's like, yeah, it's very deep and moving. It's like, what is wrong with you, lefty people? Why do you see these things? What is wrong with you? And they're like, it's okay to starve people to death because herbivores are so much nicer. It's like, what? Okay, hold up, backtrack.
See, the thing that always irks me about the whole herbivore carnivore divide that you find in various this new wave of furry books, which isn't really a wave. There's only been like maybe 2 that I can think of, but
And Zootopia.
I'm sure that Zootopia, and I'm sure there's another one out there somewhere. But it's like usually when it comes to animals, their personality isn't solely dictated by whether or not they're a herbivore or a carnivore, and a lot of animals fit into both. Like, for example, goats, as much as I love them and think they're adorable, will eat baby chickens if you put them in front of them and actually will get addicted to the taste of them. Because there are a lot of herbivores actually become opportunistic omnivores if the conditions are right. And I feel like as if it's, and also when you, even just like when you have pets from different species in the room together, and when they get along, like for example, a rabbit, a tiny baby bunny can get along with a gigantic dog. And sure, they're being domesticated, you could make that argument. But I mean, these animals in these shows are portrayed to have human intelligence, so you would expect them to have as such. And it's like the creatures are not essentially like hell-bent on consuming other beings or get like these urges to devour other, like their little tiny animal friends, because they're in a nature they can separate between what is prey and what's a friend.
Yeah.
Like humans, for example, humans might hunt rabbits and eat them, but a human will still keep a bunny as a pet and will recognize, yeah, this is my little friend, I'm not going to eat him.
It's just the thing in Beastars that really bugs me is that, like, the society, it's like they didn't learn their lesson. The black market existed because of this kind of nonsense. And they're just saying, like, oh, it's okay. Let's take down the black market. We don't need meat anymore. We can protect the herbivores. And meanwhile, they still have all the soldiers and everything still eating meat because they need it, and athletes still eating meat because they need it. It's like, this doesn't work.
See, the dumb thing about that as well is the fact that they explicitly say in the English dub that the black market gets its food from like funeral homes or from essentially like they take the bodies from morgues, funeral homes, essentially people that have already died.
Yeah,
so it's not like as if
they
people are getting
get meat. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they're not capturing people and killing them in order to at least in this
kind of. Remember, Louis comes from one of those slaughter farms.
Oh yeah, that is true. But I mean, like in terms of what the what the black market could be funded by.
I thought for sure the way they were going to solve the problem in the Beastars manga was that because Louis kind of hints on it, that carnivores need meat, guys. They need meat. What we're doing is sick and wrong. They need it. And it freaked everybody the fuck out because he did it as a big press conference as the leader of the Horns conglomerate. And yeah, he was telling him, no, the black market exists. It's an open secret. We all know it exists. We know they need meat. We know what we're doing is wrong. And they won't actually end it that way.
Sorry, I just want to point out another bug quickly. I'm at the point where the soldiers capture you and throw you into the trash compactor.
Yeah.
I don't have my guns, but I still have my shotgun out, even though like I can't shoot it or anything, but I'm still holding it.
Nice.
10 out of 10, Bethesda. Good job.
It's so weird with Beastars because it has so much potential, and it looked like they were actually taking the issue seriously, which is something Zootopia doesn't do. Oh, they're inherently predators, so they're bad. Okay, where are they getting any of their food from?
Apparently they're getting it from insect protein.
That, which is an outside source. It has never shown it. We should never accept an outside source to explain fucking plot holes.
Yeah, exactly. It should be explained in the universe. Even just having like a single line explaining that would go a long way.
Because remember, they said insect protein and fish. I don't know. It's like, yeah, nice. You don't know. You didn't think this through. And Beastars did think it through, and that's why I was so hyped and excited for it.
Something I'm also wondering about Beastars is, are there no, is every animal on the planet sapient? Like, is there no smaller animal species on the planet?
Apparently, every single one is, yes.
I see.
Fish, sharks, all of them, everything is sapient. Everything.
Wait,
Shrimp.
does that mean that fish are wearing, like, shirts and shoes and stuff? Because that'd be
No,
really weird.
because the sea is different, and I thought they would go into that too, but they don't. Yes, he used to get his protein from eggs. Again, there were ethical ways to do it. The chickens would sell their unfertilized eggs so that carnivores could have egg salad sandwiches, which was actually giving them protein they needed.
Yeah, that seems to work out fine. Wait, did they stop that?
They never bring that up ever again.
Oh.
And that's another big issue I have with Beastars. Rokume, aka the giant snake, never brought up ever again.
He really stands out as being a weird character because
Yeah.
you'd expect if there's an entire species just like him, then
And
my goodness,
you never
how do you house him in the school?
You never see a snake ever again. Ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it gets real bad. It's like you can tell she had ideas, and then she didn't know how to execute on them.
Also, is it just me, or just rewatching the first season of Beastars again? The main character, Legoshi and Haru, really do not have that much chemistry.
They don't.
They're just incredibly awkward.
And it goes through even later on when they're much more grown up, and she's out of the school and everything like that, and into the workforce, and he's been in the workforce because now he's a predator. He had an incident of predation, so he's now can't go to school. Yeah, their relationship just does not work. It doesn't.
Do they end up together, or is there like another?
They do. They do, because it's actually a driving force of the drama in the arc at the end, which annoys the shit out of me. And it's not that their relation. It's not that. It's because the final villain is a hybrid between a carnivore and a herbivore. He is the universe's Joker.
How's that even possible?
He is evil as fuck. Oh, don't worry, because you don't even know Legoshi's parentage, do you? Oh no. Oh.
No. Is he like? Do his parents come from Krypton or something?
No. He's a hybrid of a really big alpha gray wolf and his mother, who's a gray wolf. Problem is his mother's father is a Komodo dragon.
Oh, how does that work?
Apparently it was a 1 in a million birth of a Komodo dragon and a gray wolf getting together, and his grandfather raised him because remember his mother commits suicide, and oh wait, do they not show that in the anime?
Not yet, nah.
No, they would have already shown it because they were supposed to show his grandfather already too. You were supposed to see it in the Riz bathroom fight when he realized that he was about to die when Riz was about to kill him in the bathroom. He has a moment where he suddenly realizes, I'm a really fucking horrible person. I'm sorry, grandfather. And you're like, what? And then it shows his grandfather's face, who's a Komodo dragon, smiling and laughing at him and saying, he's happy to see him. And you learn later why he said he's sorry, because the last thing he said to his grandfather was that it's his fault that his mother killed herself, and that he hates him. And it's like, yeah, that's a bit dark.
So, I am curious, how closely does the anime follow the manga? Like, is there a chance the anime will take a different turn if the ending is so badly received?
I hope it does. This is one of those things I do hope it does it. And, again, not showing Gosha is a big change. Like, not showing Legoshi's grandfather, the Komodo dragon, is a big change, because he is an integral part to the later series.
They might show it in season 2, but I haven't watched that yet. I'm rewatching season 1 in English.
No, they don't show
it. Roman,
yeah?
It's now day 2 of the toilet paper that you left on the toilet floor. Get up!
Okay.
Shush, it's been 2 days! People have asked.
Sorry about that. It's just my sister. She loves to embarrass me.
Oh, that was good timing though too.
Yes, it
Here we
certainly
got
was.
here we got your element.
So, yeah. So, would you say that you're ultimately really disappointed with Beastars, and do you think that it ruins the whole series?
The ending, yes,
Damn.
absolutely.
It
But
sucks, doesn't it? Because that's all you need to ruin an otherwise great story. Like, doesn't matter how good it starts out, if the ending sucks, the whole thing is let down.
Like season 8 of a certain show that ends in fucking genocide for no goddamn reason.
Exactly.
oh,
I
how
am
far have
never.
you gotten into books, by the way?
I'm 30% through A Dance with Dragons.
Nice.
I am really fucking enjoying the audiobooks. I think A Feast for Crows was a little bit plotting in places. Like,
Yeah.
it.
It's
But
setting up a lot of stuff you need, though.
no, I know, and it's not bad. It's just, like I said, it's a little bit slow in places, and I understand it's setting up stuff for later. I'm really looking forward to seeing the end of this series. It's never gonna get a fucking ending.
Oh, so how? By the way, have you gotten to the biggest change from the series yet? Have you met the Blackfires yet, or heard talk about them?
I'm at the part. Oh God, which? Tyrion just got kidnapped by Jorah Mormont. Oh, here's the glitchy shit.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah, here's the glitchy shit I was talking about. I was hoping this would be fixed. It's.
Oh shit! Yep, that's the epilepsy warning. Everybody, epilepsy warning.
Wow.
Yeah,
I don't remember that being in the game.
Because it's not supposed to be in the game.
Yeah,
I know.
it's only in the source. This is only in the source version. It's really bad.
Oh, I see.
God.
Yeah, that's really, really fucking bad.
And they still haven't fixed it.
I might just no clip through this area just to get by. Do you think?
I'd do it just to get.
Save your eyes.
Thing is, I don't know where the exit is, so just keep in mind, everyone in chat, that things are about to get a little bit fucky.
Yep, we're getting a little fucky wucky here. Let's.
Okay, not through there. Oh, almost ran into a tripwire there.
Oh yeah, another thing I'm also really curious about. I heard a lot of people hated the ending to Attack on Titan. I'm really curious if they're gonna change that.
I could not get to the end of Attack on Titan because I was already like, everybody in this is beyond fucking evil. This is like what is happening here?
Does it get too grimdark, or is it just what ends up changing?
How much do you know about Attack on Titan? I don't know.
I'm up to the I've watched up to the latest episode, which is.
So you have the truth revealed about what the Titans actually are? I haven't watched it because I've been so like.
Yeah, I've watched up to what the Titans are, and I've seen up until like with Zeke's whole weird anti-natalist plan and stuff like that.
Yeah, that the entire rest of the world is actually fine, and they're just normal countries, and that it's just this place that's hell. And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if you spoiled it, Gage. Just
go ahead, Gage. I couldn't get to the end of it. I was already like, Eren Yeager is a piece of shit. The people they're fighting, the kingdom, the empire that did this to them is a piece of shit. The old king was a piece of shit. What is wrong? No, I don't even want to talk about Brand New Animal. Oh my god. When they went away for the second half of the season, that was a mistake.
I really didn't like Brand New Animal. I watched it all I watched it in a single sitting, and I found very little redeeming about it.
The first half was good, and they were building things, and then the second half they went fucking crazy. It was like a different team entirely wrote it.
Not to mention the whole thing of the character literally cannot die no matter what you do to him as well.
But again,
like,
I'm fine with that if it's handled well. It is not handled well.
Yeah. Also, I find it really strange how, you know, they decide to take on the form of their oppressors,
Yeah.
and that's considered good form, whereas taking on their natural form is somehow considered as if they want to be in a fight. Like, that makes absolutely no sense. I think that was just an excuse because drawing animal people is harder for them.
Yep. At the very end, and 80% of humanity is gone now, and all the Eldians are cured of their Titan curse when Eren dies, and 8 extra chapters are added. A month later, reveal that Eren's corpse births a new world tree. Great.
Interesting. That is a bit odd. Still, the fact that 80% of the world dies, that's pretty cataclysmic. Makes me wonder if they're gonna do that in the anime.
Oh shit, my thing's top chat again instead of live chat. Ugh.
Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah, 'cause I just saw a thing pop up on your thing and I couldn't.
That said, though, I think I'm gonna end the stream here. We've been going for 4 hours, and I want to get this video finished before I go to bed, so I can have it posted in the next couple days, I guess. So
Yeah.
and I got pretty far into Half-Life as well. Like, we're already at the
At the questionable ethics.
Questionable ethics.
yeah, I think that's yeah.
Yeah, you're in the lab where it's like, oh, they knew about these aliens for a while and they've been doing shit to them. That's not.
I can't remember how far into the game is this exactly. This is like 60-70%.
This is when you learn you need to go to.
No. I know that after this is the dam. Then there's the Lambda Labs. Then there's
Zen.
Then there's Zen. So yeah, I'm like 75% of the way through the game.
I said this is when you. I think this is when you pretty explicitly get told that you need to go to Lambda.
Okay. But anyways, yeah, I'm gonna.
And that starts the whole war where the military's fighting the alien invasion, and so now it's the three-way fight, which I think is beautiful. This three-way battle between the Marines, the aliens, and Gordon. Yeah, I need to get some sleep here too because I need to be up for my stream in the morning.
Oh shit! Sorry for keeping you up so late.
That's fine. It's at 10, so I have 8.5 hours until the stream, so I can get some rest before.
Nice.
Yeah, I can't decide if I want to do Space Station 13 now because I talked about it. Or if I want to do the last day of a New World being out last day for the testing. I need to see when the test is. But yeah. Did you watch either of those SS13 videos?
I did see the first one.
Yeah.
While I was eating, I didn't quite understand everything that happened, but it looks like they trapped everyone in a room and blew it up.
Yes. He used xenobiology to create a blue space slime core, and when you slap people, it adds their name to a list. And then he popped it in his hand, which brought everybody added to the list to him. He then used a blue slime core that he made to teleport out of the room, where he played "In Come the Gladiators," which is the music everybody associates with the circus, the on the piano, as they're being circled around this golden clown statue, and they all get blown up because one of his objectives as a traitor was to die a glorious death. And killing half the station with you, yeah, that's pretty glorious.
Gosh, what a game.
Yeah, it's crazy complex and has a ton of depth to it, which is what makes it so good. There's a reason it inspired Trouble in Terrorist Town and Among Us and everything. There's a reason it created a genre.
Well, guys, it has been fun. I'll be sure to chat with you all later.
Yeah.
You have a good one.
Have a good one, thank you. And thanks for coming out, Chad. It's very much appreciated. Have a good night, everyone.
Yep, have a good night, everybody.